Hi everyone, how's it doing? Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
1 second, can't hear you.
We are doing good.
Give me a second. Hi everyone, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
Yes, we
Yes,
can
that's
hear you.
Yes.
that's great. Yeah, so I think I mean, if it's possible, you can just turn on the camera for 1 or 2 minutes. So let's have just quick chat, and then we can like slowly start the sessions. I think still we have like 20 more people about to join. So yeah, hey, Reddy, how are you? So finally, good to meet you. Hi. So I think we'll just wait for like 3 to 5 minutes, okay, so that everyone can join. Then we can basically start. So if my voice is like a little high, so you can let me know. So or I mean you can adjust the volume, or if it's low, then you can let me know. And if I speak like fast as well, then also you can just let me know in the chat box, so that I'll try to basically adjust my piece accordingly. Okay, let me just check that if there is anyone having any issues while joining in. So meantime, what I want basically if everyone to basically like write down your name and like which city are you from, and like yeah, I mean just quick intro, like let's say your name, if you have any current experience, and the city you're from, and that's it. I think so I can see like people like and where they are coming from. And if you're a student, you can just write as a student. Are you guys able to type, or it's not allowing?
It's not allowing.
Okay.
I'm not able to find the chat box also. It's disabled, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just check.
Yes.
Okay, give me a second. I'll just check the settings. Can you try now? I think Q&A sections has been opened up. Give me 1 minute. I'm still trying to find out to see if there is a way I can enable the chat. Meantime, you can just type in the Q&A sections. So the Q&A section has been enabled. So just check. Okay, I see a lot of messages coming in. Okay, yeah. So we're still waiting for another 2 minutes. Okay, then we'll start. All right, so I think we have pretty much everyone. So we can, like start now. Okay, so let's go. Let me see like the message that I have got. So, okay. So we have Lalit from Chennai, and we have Nalanda from Hyderabad. Then we have Shweti from Kolkata, and Shivani from Noida, Amanpreet Singh from Delhi, and we have Kamaldeep from Hyderabad, Bhajan from Mumbai, Yashwant from Hyderabad, Karthik from Andhra Pradesh, Isha from UK, working as a project manager, and we have Barsha from Bengaluru, working as a data engineer. MC from Hyderabad. Then we have Leo from Paris, and we have Ashish, and then we have like Chinmani thing. So yeah, I think we have pretty much everyone. Thank you so much, everyone. So if you want to, speak with, me anytime. So I think the camera and the, the mic is enabled. So you can basically unmute yourself and you can speak. But before that, you can just basically raise your hand if you have any doubts, with any concept or anything. So that, like as soon as I see your hand, so then you can, once I say, yeah, you can go ahead, then you can basically, go ahead and basically unmute yourself and kind of like, I mean, if you want to turn on the camera, that's fine, and it's not mandatory, I would say. So this session is going to be, let me first, share my screen. So I think one more Q&A I have received. Let's just check. We're at 10:10, so I don't want to delay it. So we have Saranya from USA, basically from China as a software. So yeah, that's great. Hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining this workshop. It's going to be like 12 hours I'm expecting, but maybe 1 or 2 hours more. I know that the people will have joined from like multiple locations. I mean multiple different countries. So the timings are different. So somebody join. I mean it's like night in their locations, like the people who have joined from USA, Canada. So so let's make it meaningful, and let's like like learn that basically add value in into your skills, I would say. And if you're spending time, so definitely my focus is going to be like more of like how you can learn. I mean, see, whatever the time you are spending, you could have spent while maybe doing rest today's, or also weekend, or maybe sleeping, but you have decided to basically kind of learn. So this is something show that you're passionate about like making a change in your life. So yeah, let's go ahead and let me share my screen. So give me 1 minute. Just share all the screen at the moment. 1 second. You don't need sound. So you kind of see my screen right now, if I'm not wrong. So so if I say something, you can just like unmute yourself and say yeah. So that's fine, or you can just raise your hand.
Yeah, we can
Yes, okay. Thanks. Yeah, because sometimes because if I don't hear anything, so maybe I'll be keep on going, and we might have I mean we might miss some concept. So hi. So let me just first introduce with myself. So let me just open my slides. 1 second. Let me just present my. You will see the people I have connected. All those are from the data domain. I don't want even a single people who are from a different domain, so that I can distract it. Because even if I am coming for 5 minutes or 10 or 15 minutes in LinkedIn, I want to only see the relevant basically people or their post that is basically relevant to me. Either it's a job opportunity, or it's kind of like something that's I learn something, right? I follow people where from whom I learn something. So this is kind of like advice. You follow the right people that you want to basically around with, so that you can even if you forget, or even if you are kind of miss with your path, then still you can basically continue and you can restart, right? So you can see all the people. So that's all about like I follow the people who are all from the same domain. So let's go back to the slides now. So 1 second. Just drag it to somewhere. 1 second. I'll just go to my this slide, which is presentations. So yeah, if you have any doubt regarding anything, so you can just ask me before we start the presentations. So it's not going to be like too much presentation. I would see it's just the content that I have basically created. It's more about like going to be like project-based learning, as I have told you initially. Because what I have noticed, like if I just keep presenting your PPT, you will kind of get bored right at the end. So I will I mean I have planned in a way so that we make it more of like project-based. Okay. So yeah, before the presentations, let me just quickly show you one more thing that you will be doing in this workshop. That's going to be basically you will be building your GitHub page. If you do not have GitHub page, you will first sign up for the GitHub page. Then you will be kind of like the project that you will complete in this course. So we'll do 2 projects, and I'll be like sharing 1 or 2 additional projects after the course. That is kind of like assignment. Then once you build the projects, you will be basically kind of update those project I mean host those project in GitHub, so that you kind of like showcase the people that what we have done in the projects. Like this one, the project that we work, that's Amazon sales data analysis. So this is my GitHub page where I have basically kind of hosted this project. So I did this project just for basically training purpose. So there are a few questions that I have solved. So you'll kind of like build your GitHub README page like this way. So if somebody comes to your project by clicking on the link, and then basically you will kind of write the things that you have done, data cleaning, or whatever the functions you have used, the business question that you have solved. So if somebody want to basically check your code, right, the SQL query that you have written to solve those 10 business questions. So this is how it's going to be like what I have done. So you'll be doing kind of same thing in the entire course. We'll try to basically solve the problem. Using a solving problem, we'll try to basically clear one by one concept that is going to be the course, right? So we'll be using group by, we'll be using, I mean, so many things. I know there are so many people who are like really freshers who doesn't know anything about the basics. So I'll be starting the slides. So then I'll be explaining like the basic concept, and we will keep on solving the business problems as we basically move ahead. So that's it. Then you will be hosting the projects like this way, and you will do so many other projects, so that as soon as you do more projects, your hands on the skills is going to be like more clear. Okay, so without further delay, let's get started with the sessions. So hi everyone, this is me, Nazir, again. So the event details excuse me. So this is going to be the event details. So you can see that the first session that we have today, we just started at 10, and that's going to be like up to 2:30. So I'll try, and there will be like 15-minute breaks, so we can decide like you want to take one break 30 minutes or one 15-minute break like in each after 1 hour. So then the second session is going to be tomorrow. That's going to be the same timing. And the third session, that's going to be like Tuesday. So because Monday we have like Holi, so that's the reason. And there might be like 10 to 15 or 30-minute basically increase in the time, because there are like so many concepts. So we'll try to cover I mean maximum as possible. But if you're okay with that, then that's fine. And if you are not okay with that, then you can basically leave as soon as we end it here. Then the people who are okay, who will try to basically clear their doubts, or kind of like if they are stuck or with something, so we'll try to solve after 2:30. Okay, so I'll keep myself like 30-minute extra I actually kept, so that to clear your doubts, so we can basically clear your doubts after 2:30. Meantime, you can basically keep on like posting in the Q&A chat box. So this is the event details. So talking about like data analyst, so like this course is not majorly focused on data analyst, but I would say 50 to 60% concept that we will be learning that will be somehow related to like how we think to a business problem, and how we think a business problem can be solved using kind of like tools like Excel or SQL, Python, Tableau, Power BI, are and SaaS softwares. Okay, so now if you see about like any domain that is like data analyst, or data analyst, you see the SQL demand is like 47 percent if you compare with Excel. So the maximum requirement that is basically SQL. If you can master SQL, you can go into data engineer domain, and you can do really well, and the package is really good in data engineer. And data analyst also, I mean, you can get a good package depending on how good you are with this skills. So the maximum that you need, that is SQL. And kind of like if you learn SQL or Excel, the functions or the things that we have kind of like similar with all the tools, like in Python as well. Also, I can give you one example. Like we have in SQL, we call it case statement. So we have a same things that is in Excel, that is called if logic, and in Python that we have if else logic. So there are so many things that you will be learning in SQL, but somehow you will be able to use those in Excel as well also, and Python as well also. So kind of like your understanding will enhance, and kind of you will be try to basically solve more problems. Okay, and in this whole course we will try to basically solve like some business questions as well. So we will create some tables. Okay, and I'll show you like as we go ahead. So if I'm speaking any fast, you can basically unmute yourself, and maybe you can say a word, because I can't see your chat at the moment. So so this is going to be like the today things that we will be like majorly focusing to clear those concepts. So I mean, if you have any doubts with any of the concepts, we'll try to basically clear those concepts. So we'll start with the like what is a kind of database one, what is relational database, what is like SQL and understanding like relational database and tables. Then we will install the PgAdmin 4, which is along with PostgreSQL. Like most of people have installed it, but I'll show it again. Then we will start with the basics, because there are so many people we have that they do not have any knowledge, I would say. So that's going to be from the basic, but the people who are already experienced. So just bear with me, because this is going to be, trust me, this is going to be brush up your skills. And even I know, I've been using SQL from so many years. Still, trust me, sometime I go back to the basics and I try to solve the basics, kind of like questions like how to alter columns, how to change the data type. And I forgot, I forget those type of like syntax. So I think that is okay. So sometime even if you're just brushing up, just kind of thing that, okay, you're just brushing up, okay. So then we will be doing like some of the clauses, the conditions filter, and then we'll learn order by, limit, and filtering with some of the operators, and using some logical operator like patterns, and some aggregation functions, count, sum, average. Okay, so and then we will learn group by, and then we will like learn more of like joins and subqueries. So this is going to be like the today topic that we'll try to basically cover. And how we will learn is that we'll try to solve a kind of business problems with this topic. Okay, so this is kind of going to be types of database. Okay, so let's just understand like what what do you think database is. Like if anyone can unmute yourself, we can just say some word if you know about like anything about database. So I'm fine with it. If anyone share your like like 1 minute knowledge about database, so you can go ahead and do that.
Storing data.
Collection of information.
Storing
Yeah,
data in a
storing.
structured manner.
Yeah, storing data in a. Mhm.
Structured
Structured
data.
manner.
Yes. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, kind of like related. Yeah. Anyone else?
Collection of
Okay. So
information.
okay. Yeah. So collection of information. So kind of related. I can correlate, but I'll tell you what database is. Okay. Just think that kind of like you have a house. Okay. So I give a very layman example so that you can kind of correlate and understand the the main topic behind it. So let's say if you have a house, what you can store? You can store anything. Like you can store chair, you can store televisions, you can store AC, you can store people, anything, right? So anything you can store. You can either store like in a proper way, or you can just like put everything, like a kind of storing. So it's kind of container, you say, where you store everything. Okay, so when we talk about the types, so the types would be different. Like if you if you go to like my house, if I go to your house, or if you go to an office, so it's kind of space where things are organized. So in office things are organized in a different way. In the house the things are organized in different way. So basically kind of the things that you're organizing, that could be different, but at the end you're simply storing the things, right? Storing anything that you basically have. So same things that we have in the database. So in the database it's kind of like storing things in a container, or you can say in a like a house, as I have given example, like this one, right? So like we have a computer. Okay, let's understand the basic way. Like we have a computer. In the computer we have the kind of memory, right? So in the memory you're storing the kind of informations, photos, videos, whatever you have, right? So this is kind of database is simple terms, just storing. It could be a container where you're storing the informations or photo, video, whatever. Data could be at different types, right? We'll learn in the next slides. So there are so many types of database are there. Not that you will need to learn, I mean, all the data type. Still, I don't think I learn, I mean, everything. I only learn what is required to basically solve my business problem. I mean, the company I'm working or the company I'm targeting. So we will more majorly focus on this one, which is called relational database management. Okay, so this is the relational database management system. We'll be more focusing on this one. Then there is something called NoSQL as well. Okay, so NoSQL, I'll also explain a bit about NoSQL and the cloud database and centralized database, distributed database. So there are so many, network, hierarchical. So when we talk about a relational database, I will just basically explain like what does it mean. So it is like storing, as I have given an example of like storing a proper way. Like when you go to office, you see all the desks are properly organized, all the computers are properly organized, the the plugs are near to the basically where the kind of code goes, right? So now if you go to house, things may be organized in a different way, right? So similarly when we talk about a relational database, it is organized in a tabular format. when I say about tabular format, I'll just go ahead and say, okay, it's working. So when I say about like tabular format, so the most used kind of database that's going to be relational database. We will more focus on this. So tabular format, like in a table, if you see a Google Sheet or Excel, okay, now you have that kind of column, which is this vertical line that you see, that is column, and then this particular line that you see, the whole line is a row, like row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4, row 5. Even the column is also row 1, right? Now this is kind of called columns. Now this is what we call relational database. Okay, we learn like how it is relational and how it is different than others. Now if you see non-relational database, it could be like key value pair. Okay, so the key value pair is like, let's say you can store information based on the key. So for example, you say for example, kind of like like car brand, that is Ford, and let's say the model is 2015. Then you say the Mercedes, then the model is 2019. So now when you need 2000 kind of 19, you can just say 2015, you can say Ford, then it will print basically the year of that basically car model. So it's kind of like storing some information based on your key, like you have the user ID and password, right? So in the system, your password is stored with your user ID. So if you enter the user ID, the system kind of know what is the password is. So that's kind of type of called key value pair database. Then we have some of the graphics representation way of database. Then we have like white column and the documents like photo, video, I mean whatever the things that we do with the computers. So this is like more about like the main things that will be more focusing, that is a relational database. Okay, so let's go to next. Now we have we have types of RDBMS. Okay, so somebody I mean so many people are like confused, like they have already used MySQL or they have installed MySQL. Okay, and now as I have basically like inform everyone that we will be like focusing on PostgreSQL, and somebody have already MySQL or Oracle or Microsoft SQL Server. So the major difference, okay, let's first learn about like what is SQL. Now if you see, let's go to first these slides. So SQL basically, let's say you have some data in the database. Okay, so as I have given an example earlier, database is like kind of container or house or computer, whatever you say. So you have the data in your database. Okay, now you need some information, you need to access something from the data, right? So how you're going to basically kind of connect to that database, and then basically you get things that you need. Now let's say if you're in your home, you have like, let's say, multiple packet of chips. Now you need one chip. How you will do, you'll go ahead and pick one, and then you will come back to a seat, right? So kind of like when I talk about SQL is basically a structured query language. That's kind of a language, programming language that the computer talks. Now if I talk about give you the example of your house, right? When the way that you are going to get that chip is that you need to walk there and kind of grab the chips packet, then you will need to come back to your seat. So that's kind of a process, right? Now that's a physical process. Now in a computer, it's the language that the computer understand, for example, which is called a structured query language. So you will write some kind of things on your computer. That's how the computer understand, okay, you need something from this database, or you need something from this database based on the things that you're going to write. So SQL is basically a query language, okay, structured query language that you use to interact with the database. You can get the information from the database, you can basically extract the information from the database, you can put the information in the database. So SQL is just a language. Okay, now when I talk about the previous slide, which was this one, MySQL or PostgreSQL, Oracle or Microsoft SQL Server, so these are kind of RDBMS. These are kind of like the software that provides you facility to write your script or code to interact with your kind of database. Okay, so now database is kind of the container, as I have given you an example. Now you can use MySQL, you can write the same code, basically you'll be getting the same results. There might be one or two simple syntax, maybe difference, but majorly syntax are same in all the kind of database management system that you have. So this is kind of a software. You can just assume it like you have an Excel. Okay, now you're basically using the Excel kind of to solving a problem. Like if you want to sum like 25 into 35, how do you do it? Like 25 plus 35, right? But somehow how Excel is doing, Excel is using kind of like computers, Excel is basically sending those informations to computer and telling the computer, okay, computer, the user has asked like 25 plus 35. So then the computer understand, because the Excel is sending in a way the computer understand. If you learn about the computer thing, like it's only understand 0 and 1, right? Now if you just type in computer 0 and 35 and let's say 45, the computer will not give you any result, because it doesn't understand, it's only understand 0 and 1. Now it follows some pattern. Now when you are basically typing 35 plus 45, then Excel is converting those text to in a way the computer understand. Then the computer is giving a return, let's say 70 or 80. Then Excel is again converting that in a way that you understand. Then it is basically showing you the results. Okay, so kind of these are the software, or you can say system that allows you to basically write code, or do the things that you kind of need to basically interact with your database. Okay, so we'll be focusing on Postgres SQL. I'll show you why. Okay, so let's go to next slides. Okay, so now this is the next slides, because I've been using SQL from last I think 4 to 5 years. Okay, so what I've seen, like majorly most company use, earlier it was like Microsoft SQL Server, but now it is decreasing, and now most companies are using Postgres SQL, because most companies are using cloud platform, and for to basically cloud platform like AWS, GCP. So PostgreSQLs are using in all the area, I would say. So the maximum demand that we have is a PostgreSQL. But trust me, once you learn anyone, let's say if you learn MySQL, if you learn PostgreSQL, so you can basically kind of like use anyone just by maybe like learning the basic syntax. There are like very minor difference, I would say. Okay, so this is what we will more focus on PostgreSQL. So let's go to the next slide. So now next slide is basically to install the PgAdmin 4, which is kind of like the RDBMS software that we will use for PostgreSQL. So you can just tell me like how many of you have installed it, and you can just unmute if you have not able to install, or if you are getting any error while you are installing it. So yeah, you can go ahead and tell me, and meantime I will just open the another browser to basically show you how to basically install it. Okay.
Not installed.
Okay, not installed. Okay, so let's go to tab, and I will show you how to install it. Okay.
I
So
want to know
you
that,
can,
hello.
yeah.
I want
Yes.
to know that if we have MySQL and we can install that PostgreSQL also, both can be.
Yes, yeah, you can use multiple like RDBMS. Like you can see in my systems, I have pretty much everything. Okay, I'll just show you. This is my SQL workbench I have. Okay, I have like I would say Docker as well. I have Docker as well, and I have like PgAdmin 4 as well. So you can you can use as many as as per the computer, the storage that you have, but you can use any kind of there is no limit kind of that, because they both are different, right? They both are different software. Now if you have Google Sheet, you can still use Microsoft Excel, right? So they both are different software. So to install it, you just have to need to go to Google browser, and you can just type post SQL, right? Not the course, SQL install. Okay. Now, if you just type thing, you will go to a website. That's this one. And not this one. I'll just go to a slide that I have shared earlier. Okay. I think I have added the instructions how to install it. So let me just go ahead and create my file. So let's say this one. So you need to go to basically this this website, which is the link. Okay, and then you will have to basically based on like 64-bit, or like if you're using Mac. Yeah, sure, I'll just share it with you. So, or if anyone is using kind of like, are you able to see my chat?
No.
Yes, we can, but I don't think so. We're able to see if you've posted something. Can you post
Okay.
it? No.
No, I'm not able to see
No,
your
I
chat.
don't think so. No.
You're not able to see. One second.
No.
Select. Okay, so I think due to some reason it's not allowing. Let me just paste it again in the group. So I hope everyone has joined the group, right? The group that we have.
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'll be just sharing it in the group only. Give me a second. Yeah, so this is the link. Okay, and I have shared the link in the group. Yes, I've shared the link in the community. So once you click that link, okay, then you will be, coming to this page, and then you will simply have to basically click on this download sign. Okay, so just go ahead and you will be also able to do it from the, like Google Chrome as well. For some reason it's not allowing. Let me just open a new window. So meantime, just like raise your hand, like the people who have already installed it. Okay? So I kind of have a idea like how many people have installed it. Yeah. So in the Google Chrome, just type download Postgres SQL, and then you will move to this second link that you will have to click. Okay, you can see you'll have to click this link, which is by Enterprise DB. Okay, this is a free software. So I see like more than 15. I'm not sure why the voice is kind of.
Your voice is echoing.
Yeah, just give me 1 minute. Okay. Let me just check. Okay, give me 1 minute. I'm back. Is it fine now? I think it's still the same. Let me just leave the meeting and rejoin. I'll just rejoin in a second. Okay. Yeah, so I'm back. So now let me know if it's fine now at the moment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's great. So yeah, I think I have I can share you the screen again. So let me know if everyone has installed it. So just go to Google Chrome. Okay, just go to Google and type this download Postgres SQL. Okay, once you entered it, just go to this link which is with the red logo, Enterprise DB. So I'm sure everyone can go to this link. So let's not waste that much time. Let's just go to Google again and let's just show you download PostgreSQL. Then just go to this link. Once you click on this link, you will be getting something called like download icon based on the, like if you're using Windows, then you can use this one. If you're using kind of like Mac, then you can use this one. Or there are like, other version as well for the person who was using, like Windows 32-bit, the older version, then you can use this one. So let me know once you have done, downloaded the file. So then you just have to basically follow the simple installations, the procedure. So let me just show you. Let's say, assuming that I have downloaded the file, because I've already downloaded the file. I'll go to my file system, and this is the file. This will be downloaded, right? Once you downloaded it, you can just open it, like to install it. Then I'll just verify the file. Like for Windows, it might be different. So you can just launch it, and then it'll kind of like go next, next, next. You will have to enter a password. So just make sure the password that you're entering, because you will need to remember that password. So just use a very easy password, like let's say, admin1234 or admin123, which I basically prefer. So I mean, this is how it will go. So I'm sure everyone has ability to basically download the file, right?
No, not really. So I'm kind of struggling. When I go to
Okay, what?
PostgreSQL download, then I choose
Mm-hmm.
macOS option. And then do
Mm-hmm.
you want me to use download the installer over there? Is that the right link?
Yeah, so let me just show you again. If you're using Mac, so let me just show you. So you first have to download the file, right? Once you're on this page, okay. So once you click on this icon, it will automatically
I'm
start downloading. Are you getting this icon?
sorry. No, I'm not or still or not on the page actually. I think so I've gone somewhere wrong. I
Yeah,
use
so you will have,
Postgres. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I'm saying that you need to click on this link, okay, the link that I have given you in the group, or you can go to Google and type download Postgres SQL, like this text, okay. So then you can basically kind of click on this icon. Then you will be on this page, and you can basically click on this icon or this icon based on the operating system. That's how you'll be downloading it. And once you download it, you can simply install it.
Okay. Okay, now I'm there. So I have to use 16.2, right? In
Yeah, you can
spite of
use,
whatever bit is it.
yes,
Okay.
yes, that's fine. Make like we have like only one version. So let me know if anyone has, else is actually having any issues.
Just bear with me quickly. I'm
Please,
just
okay, please unmute yourself if somebody, have any problem with the downloading, because we will need this, and I'll be, giving some, real questions which will need to solve it.
I just have one question. Here it says like
Sure.
select the application you'd like to install. So do we need to select anything or just go?
Just go, like just go to next, and
Oh,
yes, yeah, you can select whatever the things it is,
no, I
offering.
mean,
So
do I need to add on anything?
no,
It's
you don't have to add
and
anything.
oh,
No,
okay,
no.
all right, thank you.
Sure.
Port number, can I use 5432?
Yeah, so port number, you don't have to change it. By default, it will assign.
Okay, is it fine? Okay.
So it
Hi.
is kind of like
So if I
simple software. Yeah. Hi.
yes, I was just asking if I changed the port number, it was given me automatically, but then I've changed as per the password, like I make it same. So is there any problem?
You because see again, you can change the port, but which is not advisable, because you might get issues. Like the first day you might be able to use it, but second time maybe the system doesn't understand which port it is, because by default there are so many functions in the software we will have which knows what is the port number. If you manually change it, there could be issues tomorrow. So just keep it as default.
Okay, so now I have downloaded. So should I uninstall
No.
and
If you have downloaded it, it's fine. If it's working for you, that's fine. There's no problem.
okay.
So anyone else have any issues while downloading or while installing?
Can we go
Yeah,
to the
Yeah,
app?
ask me again. Sorry.
hello.
Can we go to the app directly and check, because I'm not understanding whether I've installed properly
See,
or not.
what you
Yeah.
need to have is that this icon, even in Windows also you will have this icon which is called PgAdmin 4. So once the installation is completed, something you will be getting like stack builder and all, you can just finish it. That's not mandatory, but once it is finished, you will simply go to your like window icon, and you can just type PgAdmin, and you will have this icon. So basically you will just have to launch it, like just you will have to click it, and it will launch either Postgres SQL through this basically software. That's PgAdmin 4.
I think I cancelled on that last option, the system builder or something. So would that be a
That's fine.
problem?
Now that's fine. Now can you go ahead and check if you have this software which is called PgAdmin in your Windows or in your Mac?
Yeah, that's there, but I just wanted to know if it was proper or not. So I
That's
wanted
fine.
to
You can just
confirm.
open. Yeah, whoever has
Because I did
installed it,
mistakes.
please off. Yeah, that's okay, no issue. What
I
we
changed
only
the
matter is
port
that we need to
number.
install. That's fine, totally fine. So you can just go ahead and open this, right? So whoever has installed, please open this database management system by simply clicking on it. Like just go to your window taskbar and just type PG, and you will have this which is called PgAdmin 4, that like with this elephant sign. So just click on it and it will open, like the one for my one it is opening. So let me just wait for a few seconds.
I'm
Yeah,
still
hi Nazir.
having
I've
difficulties.
got this pop-up
Yeah,
name Stack Builder. What option do I have to select over there?
see, you don't have to select anything. You can uncheck that as well, okay, and just finish the task. That's not
No,
mandatory.
in
We
the
will
Stack
not use.
Builder, I'm getting this two drop downs: remote server and Postgres SQL 16
Yeah,
on port
select the
5432.
Postgres SQL. Yeah, select the Postgres SQL.
Okay, cool. Yeah, got it. Thank you.
So whoever has installed it, please open the Postgres SQL. So you will see something in the starting. You will see something called like this, okay, which is called server. Okay,
I'm still
so
having difficulties. Here they're saying please select the application you'd like to install. And without selecting, I cannot move forward.
you were having which application this asking you to select. You have downloaded it, right? You're on the installation
Yeah, I
page.
downloaded it, but I'm in the Stack Builder option
Yeah, so
where it's
select
saying
everything. That's
categories.
fine.
Oh,
Select
okay.
everything.
Oh,
Select
okay.
select
All right,
everything.
thank you.
Yeah. So just I would request like everyone to lower down your hand if your query is resolved. So only I want to see the hand, like people who are having difficulties in installing or opening. Okay. So I want everyone to basically open this software, which is PgAdmin 4. See hand from Rohit. Okay, Rohit, you have any issues while installing or downloading the files?
I'm getting one
And we
issue.
have
So,
okay, what is the issue?
after the clicking the Postgres SQL in dropdown, it's showing me select one of the packages. There are multiple
Yes.
packages are there.
What are the packages do
So,
you see?
so in categories there are multiple dropdowns are there. Add-on, database, drivers, data servers, registration, and web development. So I have to check all of them.
I'm not sure. Can you just share me a screenshot in the our main group? Because you will just have to select whatever you see, and make sure you need to select Postgres SQL 16. So
Yeah, I have selected
I
them.
think
But
this is you.
no,
Yeah, I
no,
think
this is
it is
not me. I'm
done.
Pankaj. Actually, I'm Pankaj. No, this is not me. Let me
Okay.
check my. Give me a second.
Okay.
So in here there are multiple drop downs, and in drop down there are multiple checkboxes are there. This is I have shared it.
I'm just checking setting loading.
So
okay, yeah, just
and
see, just yeah, just I think yeah, this page I was only telling. Just make sure select everything. Okay, don't uncheck anything. Just select everything. Go and next and next. So I I think you have already installed it. This is the stack builder page. You can just kind of go back, and it's already installed for your system. It's already installed. You can ignore this stack builder.
Okay, I
Now you can go to your.
should I cancel? Okay.
Yes,
Uh,
go to
hi,
your
may I know-
window. Yeah.
May I
Sure.
know how to spell your name, please?
Nazir. Yeah, it's fine. You can just say
Yeah,
anyway.
Nazir. Yeah, actually, for these kind of things, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to suggest that, if there's any link on YouTube or something, to show us how it would download, I think it would, I mean, less,
Yeah, I
instead of
understand.
wasting time, I think that would be better. Like, if there's any link for us to see and follow and then install it rather than wasting time.
Yes. Yeah, I think actually that's right. I have basically shared a guide as well to install this software, and I have made a video as well on the YouTube. There are so many other videos. So yeah, that's fine. We can just go ahead and continue with our sessions. So people who have like faced any issues while installing it. So just check if it is. Let me just quickly just tell you once that once you download the file, just select everything whatever you see and go to next. And once you reach this file, which is called a stack builder, you can just cancel it, and you have the software already installed in your system. So just go to your start window and then just type PgAdmin 4, and you will be on this page, which we will be doing continue from now. Okay. And now if you have any other issues, you can also install it like after the course. I'll be maybe sharing the video as well, and I have already shared the guide. So it's quite easy, so you can download it. Okay, let's continue with the sessions. So as it was like the first session, so I just kept some more time to ensure that everyone actually install properly. Okay, so we'll just continue.
Can you wait for 5 minutes so that it can be installed and people start?
Sure, yeah, we will wait for 5 minutes, so we'll continue at 11. Okay. So meantime, people who have installed,
Nazir,
so just open the file.
sorry.
Yeah, please.
Can you share the screen so when you go to PgAdmin 4, how it will look like so that whosoever has
Yeah,
installed, they
sure.
know that, they're at the right page.
Yeah, so this is how it's going to look. Okay, as soon as you launch it, okay, so like I'm using Mac, so as soon as you launch it, you will be seeing something like this. And if you're using Windows, so it's going to be like the same as this one only. Then I'll tell you like what need to basically click and what need to do. Just make sure you open this file, that is PgAdmin 4 from your Windows. Now if you are on Windows, so it will look like something like this. Let me just show you. You can say PgAdmin 4. So it will be like something like this. Okay. So it's just kind of same. You will have the same kind of console, like maybe something like this. Okay, I'm not able to select.
Yep, I'm there.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. And then you need to select on servers, right?
Yeah, you don't have to, yeah, you'll be selecting. So we'll just be on this page. Okay, once you're on this page, then then you are already installed. Like this one is for Windows. Okay, like once you click on the server, then those things will basically come up. So we'll wait for another 3 minutes. Okay, so let me see.
In the drop down, you have to select remote server or PostgreSQL SQL.
So select everything. Okay, so select everything. Just go next. You might not have selected.
No, so the confusion, I think, so what people are having is they're looking at Stacks Builder. So when you use
Yeah,
Stack
so
Builder,
Stack Builder, you can just
ignore for
you
right
can
now.
just cancel that. That's fine. It's not mandatory. Stack Builder is not required. So I think like yes, you're right. Everyone is. Does it find my voice now? I think yeah, it's fine. So Stack Builder is not a mandatory. I think everyone has installed it. Okay, so let's go to the PgAdmin 4. Okay, I will wait for 2 more minutes. Hello, is it fine now? My voice? Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay.
Yes, it is. Sir, I just share the screenshot. Select everything. What should I do, sir? Select.
It's done. It's installed for your system, Muhammad.
Your
It's
voice is
installed.
echoing again.
I'll just rejoin. Okay. It's already installed. Okay. So I think it's already installed. Whoever is getting this tag builder, okay, just cancel it. It's already installed. Okay, just go ahead and launch the kind of like the PgAdmin 4. Okay. So let's just go ahead and continue with the sessions now. So now I think everyone has installed it, right? And you are on this page. Let me just cancel the installations. So once you are on this page, okay, you will be getting something like this, okay, the server. So as soon as you click on this server, okay, I hope my page is visible, right? So as soon as you click on server, yeah, as soon as you click on server, you can see the database. Okay, so now this is the server which we're using, Postgres SQL 16, and the database, you can see there are 4 database. If you just click on this database, you will see like a lot of like things inside this database that we have. So I think Muhammad, I have informed you that just cancel it. Just cancel it. Just cancel it. Sure, why the voice is going. Guys, please mute yourself. Okay, I think there is some issues. Hello, is my voice is fine now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'm sorry for the interruptions. So yeah, so let's go ahead and start with the kind of like the sessions now. So now if you have any issues like in installing, so just make sure that after the sessions, because today is the 4 sessions, after the sessions I'll spend some more time to basically solve your issues. Then you can do the task that we will do. Okay, so now whoever has installed, please open the file that's called PgAdmin. You can just simply search by PG, and there's something called this PgAdmin 4 by this elephant size sign. Then once you open it, you will be on this page like the one which I have shown you earlier. So as my screen is visible.
Please share your screen.
Okay, sorry, I think, yeah, let me just share it again. Okay, so once you've installed it, okay, just open this file which is by this name PgAdmin 4. You will see something comes console like this. Just click on the server and you will be inside of the server. So what I want to do is that you will see something called database. Okay, now database is the container, as I have basically explained you earlier. So if you just click on the database, you might not see all this thing that I have in my database. So you will see something called Postgres SQL and template 1, maybe template 0. So as soon as you click on any database, your connection is live, right? So now what you have to do, first you click on this database like this one, then right click on it and create something called a database. Okay, like you will say create database. Now you will give a name, and we want to name it like Amazon DB1. Okay, so I'm just giving it a name, Amazon DB1. That means Amazon database. Don't select anything. Okay, so just right click on it and select create database and click on Amazon DB1. So this is my first database. I don't need to select anything. Simply I'm just giving a name. Okay, now I click on save. Now my database is created. You can see I have a new database by this name. Now I can just right click on it, the main data, which is this one main container. I can just refresh it. So basically inside the database, I have one database that is called Amazon DB, and one is Amazon DB1, one is Amazon DB, and the other database I have. So inside the database, kind of, we will create tables and do the analysis and do everything. Okay. Okay, somebody saying I can connect the meeting. Let me just share the meeting invite once again. Give me a second. Okay.
I just want to tell you, can you switch off your video so that you can see your full screen?
Okay, sure. I'll just stop sharing my screen. I'm in video. Give me a second. Okay. So let me know if you have basically created the database. Okay. Now let me just share it again for the people who have not able to basically create your first database. So once you have installed successfully, you're on this page. Just click on this arrow that you see. Okay. And then once you're on this arrow, then you will see something called database. So this is the main database. Inside this database, we will basically create all the database that we will need, or we will use in your like real-time job as well. Also, you'll be basically creating database and deleting. So a lot of things you'll do. So you just have to right-click on it, then click on create database. Okay. Once you click on create database, you need to simply give a name. So I'll just create one more just to show you like how it works. Amazon DB3. Okay, so now this is the third database I'm creating. You can create as many as you want. Okay, now this is a way of creating from the file system, or you can say from the menu. There is a way you can create by using script as well. I'll show you that as long as we go ahead. So I hope everyone has created your first database. So let me know if you have created. Just maybe raise your hand.
Hello, sir. I am not getting the option of database.
Are you getting this page which says server and then PostgreSQL on your computer?
Actually, sir, I am getting server, but I am not getting PostgreSQL.
So once you get the server, just click on this arrow. Okay, then you will see something called PostgreSQL.
No, sir, it's not showing.
Please share a screenshot in the group, so I'll check like which page you are. So for those who have created their first database, congratulations. And if you are still having any issue, you can just share a screenshot. I'll just show you one more time, last time, so to ensure that you are on the same page. Once you open this application, which is PgAdmin 4, just go to this left side corner and you see something called server. Click on this arrow, that little arrow that you see. Just on DMD, give me a second. Okay, so now click on this little arrow that you see. I'll just zoom it a bit. Okay, now click on this arrow that you see. Now you will be getting something called Postgres 16, right? Postgres SQL 16. And from the Postgres, you might see something like this only. Then this is the database. They will create, click and right click and, create database. And then you will just give a name and save it. So I'll just create one more, Amazon DB4, and I'll just save it. So now I'll show you like all the database that I have created. Now I can see database 1, 2, 3, and so many other database that I have created. So this is once you create the database, okay, then just see this icon which is says query tool. Now first you need to basically select any of the database, okay, where you want to write the script. Okay, now let's say I have selected this one, which is Amazon DB1. So then I will basically click on this, which is a query tool. Okay, this icon that you see, that is only visible if you are clicking on it. If I'm just clicking on it, it is not visible. So I need to ensure that I have selected the right database by left clicking on my mouse, and then I select this button which says query tool, like kind of small database with a play icon. Okay, so once you select the database, once your database is created, you can just refresh it. Sometimes it doesn't appear here. Then you kind of see all your database. Now select one of the database you are, which is the first one. Then click on this called query tool. Okay. Now once you click on query tool, you are inside the script. Okay. So this is the script where we will write everything and do the data analysis and everything. Okay. So this is the kind of things that we need. Okay. So so I believe everyone has able to basically create the database. Okay. And I don't see any screenshot of error with anything in the group. So you can basically go ahead and start writing the script, which I will show you.
Hi,
So
I have an issue.
yeah.
But then I'm unable to share any screenshot over here, so I don't know how to share it like in this.
No, you have the group. You have the group. You are in the group, right? The group
Yeah.
we have, which is just share as a photo. Yeah, in that group.
You please keep going ahead. I'll just.
Yeah. Sure. Okay, sure. So I think everyone has basically create the database. Okay, the script. So in this script, we will learn some basic things that we need. Okay, when you press the control, okay, and the oblique sign on your keyboard, which is next to your shift, like then you will get something like this. Okay, so this is called comment line. Okay, this is comment line. You can start writing this code. So whatever you see in this color, okay, and there are two hyphens, like two dash, you can say. without any space between two dash, then the next line that's considered as a comment. Okay, so comment, it means like when you are putting a comments, let's say Instagram post or anything, so that is not considered. Okay, basically you will, it just you will see the things, but the code that you will write, so the code will not read this, code will ignore this. That means code is considering this as a comment. Now if I just remove it, okay, if I just remove it, you see this is showing as like kind of like some script, but it's not any meaningful script, so I'm just putting it as a comment. Now whenever you are basically selecting any line of code by double clicking on it, and if you just press control and oblique sign, so the line get converted into a comment line. You can manually just type 1 hyphen 2 hyphen and then put a space. That's how your kind of line get comment line, and your text get basically highlighted in green. Now this is comment line. Okay, so this is the comment line. Okay, just give me 1 minute. I'll just check people who are having what issues. Okay, so it's beyond this page. Okay, whoever has created like one database, try to create one or two more database, because I'll show you how to delete those database as well using script, and we will create one database using script as well. So just keep on basically creating script. Okay, I mean database. Abhishek, click on create. You see something called create sign. Yeah, it's showing in your screenshot. Just click on create and you will see create database. And you have not basically clicked on that icon. So this is for Abhishek. Arya, so I think,
Sir,
so you have, yeah.
Sir, I am getting option of server in create. I am getting option of server group.
No, you don't have to create a server group. You are not clicking the icon. See, once you're in this page, make sure you are clicking on this icon. Once you click on this icon, then only you see this. You are not clicking on this icon. You have normally selected this, and you are getting multiple options. You are getting basically confused. So make sure once you're on this page, click on this icon. Once you just click on this icon, these things are getting appear in your screen. Then you can right click on this Postgres SQL, then go to create and create, click on this database, give a name and click on save. Now, if you can do it from here as well, you will not be getting these options. You're getting a server group because you're right clicking on simple the server. Okay, we don't want that. Just make sure you're clicking on this icon, this little icon that you see, and then clicking on this right click, then clicking on this Postgres SQL, then click on create. So whoever is getting these issues, so this is the solutions. Okay, so that's going to be, we'll wait for 2 minutes more. Really sorry. I know that a lot of people are getting frustrated, but so just trust me, like people have done it the first time, so just respect each other, and yeah, don't worry. I'm sure I'm going to ensure that your time is not wasted. So we will try as soon as possible. We will continue. Yeah, thanks.
So you may continue.
Okay.
We will do it later.
Yes, I think, yes, great. Thanks. Thank you so much. So see, if you want to just increase or decrease the kind of like, this page, you can just press control minus or control plus. Okay, this way. So let me know like, how big you want for my screen. So I think this is fine for me. And you can also, so this is something, the message that will output. If you are doing some error, it will, display in this. And this is like some other information. So only what matters is this message icon. Okay. Now let me just give you a little bit about like the things that we have in this. 1 second.
If you don't mind, can you please enlarge your screen, please?
Sorry.
Can you please enlarge your screen because it is not very much visible.
Okay. Sure. Okay. 1 second. Let me show. Let me just share. Is it fine now?
This is okay.
Okay, great. So I'll just keep on this size. Okay, so now we have created multiple database. Okay, now if you just click on this, you see I have something called this, right? This is kind of like current, right? You can see the kind of connections. This shows that I am on this connections. Okay, so connection is Amazon DB1, which is my database name, and then Postgres SQL, which is my server name, Postgres SQL 16. So I'm inside this. So whenever you are in a script, you will see which basically server and which database you are inside. Okay, server is basically, you can say, kind of like a big home, or you can say a country, right? So in country, there is a kind of like home, which is called Amazon DB1. That's my home. And inside my home, I have all the things like the table that we will discuss. Now on the top, you will see multiple things. Okay, multiple script. You have open 2 or 3 scripts. So this is script 1, this is script 2, this is script 1 or 2. So I can just go ahead and cancel all those scripts. Now I'm inside one script. Let me just show you how to open the script again. I have just canceled all the script. Now if I just click on it, it will not allow until unless I select a database. Okay, so I will select this database, which is this one, and then I'll click on this one, which is called query tool. Okay, so now we are inside this, and now we will create our first, I would say first or second, first database using script. Okay, so I'll just to write a comment, I simply use comment and oblique sign, which is control and oblique sign. So that's going to be basically comment. So when you see 2 dash, either you can just write manually, like simply -1, -2 without any space, then give a space, and you can write anything that you want. That's basically considered as a comment. Now I will just write my first comment. Now, excuse me. Now I will just write my first comment. So I'll just put it here like creating my. So you can, once I do it, you can do the same, like create. Let me just first finish creating my. You can just say anything, creating my my database using script, right? So this is going to be like the first line. This is a comment. Okay, it's not going to create my database. Now, unless I go to next line, I can just put some space, as many as I want. The space are not considered in basically SQL. So this language that I'm using, this is called SQL. Okay, so the language that I'm typing something, this is kind of SQL, query. Now I can write create database, and I can give a name. So now this is the section which is important. So whatever name I'm going to give, that name is going to consider as a database. So I'm going to give as like name of, let's say, Amazon. First, I'll just delete this one. Okay, yes, I already have one, so I'll just delete this one. So I'll just create a given name called Amazon -DB. Okay.
Is it
so
case
this is
sensitive?
just a name. See, SQL is not case sensitive, but when you are typing any, basically this is called command, right? This is called command. When you are, whatever the command you're using, I advise you to use capital letter, and then whatever the information you are using, just use any format that you are fine. Maximum time I prefer it basically in lower, instead of like capital, because that will basically, whenever you are creating table, always use like lower, right? So like this is a database, so I'm just giving a proper name. Okay, so now I can just see I have done it. I have selected create a database Amazon DB. So this is the name. I can give anything, Nazir DB, or I can anything. But the point is that if I give a like hyphen like this, and I give like this, so this is going to basically give me error. Okay, because you cannot use hyphen in between. So what you can do instead, you can simply use like underscore. Okay, if you want to put some gap between two texts, or then you can use underscore, or you can use number without any gap. So I can say Amazon 1, the thing earlier I did. Okay, see, command line, you will only get green if you just put 2 hyphen. Okay, hyphen or dash, whatever you say, 2 dash together without any space. Then after that, you need to put a space. Then whatever you write, you will be getting green, comment line. Now it could be a different color as well, based on like maybe in Windows it could be different color. That's fine, but this is a comment line. Okay, this is a comment line. Okay, so now we have created the first. Now we have written the code to create our first database. So I'm just going to remove this one. I need it as like Amazon DB. Okay, underscore so DB. Okay, so this is going to be my first database. So I will need to select it, or I can just go ahead and click on it. But what I prefer is that select the line of code, and I can just go ahead and click on execute. So see, when I go to this execute button, this is the button to execute any code. Okay, or this is the button to stop if it is a really long query and it's taking long time. Then you can click on this button to stop it. Now I click on this button to execute. Okay, So if I click on execute, either I can use a shortcut which is called shift and enter in my computer. In your computer, it may be different, but it will display what is the shortcut you have. So for now, I'll just select the line of code and I'll click on this button, play button. That means see, this is the message that displayed that create database query return successfully in this millisecond, which is 704. Now, if I just go ahead, I don't see it, right? I don't see it here. Okay, so I can just refresh it here. Okay, now it is refreshed. Now you can see the one that I have created, which was kind of this one, Amazon DB, right? So this one created in small letter. Now I can just click on it. It will be highlighted, right? So it was earlier like this because it was not connected. Now if I just click on it, it is highlighted. Now I can go ahead. Somebody is asking for this line of code. I will just share it in the group. 1 second. Okay. Okay, so now first database is created. Now, if you have already a database by this name, so there is a there is a syntax to delete the database basically from the kind of server. So I can say dropping database. So whatever the database extra I have clicked, I will just drop them. Okay, so to drop it, again the same syntax. It's going to be drop database, and then you put the name of the database. So now I want to drop Amazon. Okay, Amazon underscore db1. So make sure it is in the same format of your database name. It has to same as the name of your database. Now if I just run it, but to delete it, I need to ensure that I'm outside of this database. Now I'm inside of this database like Amazon db1. So this may not allow me to basically delete the database because this script that is storing inside this Amazon db. So how to solve it? Let's first see what is the error we get. Okay, now I'm using shortcut, okay, which is shift and enter in my computer. You can check by clicking hover over your mouse over here, hovering your mouse over here, and you will see your shortcut. Now see, it's giving some error. You see, when any error, it will not give a successful message. It says database db1 does not exist. Okay, I think so. The name is Amazon db1, right? So that's going to be Amazon db1. Okay, let me just make it the same. Okay, let's do one thing. Let me just go to outside of this query. Okay, I will now make a new connections. Now this is my connection 1. I'll make a new connections. Okay, in the new connections, I will select. See, it is already selected, which is Amazon db1, the one I have created for this project. I mean, right just before by using the script earlier in this syntax. Okay, so now I am inside this, which you say Amazon db. That means Amazon database, right? So now I can just give a comment here, and I can just kind of delete all those database. Okay, so let me just first copy the things from here, which is going to be from this to this. Now I can just go ahead and put it here. Now I want to just delete it. I don't want to save it. Okay, now I want to drop this Amazon db. I'm dropping this Amazon db1, db2, db3, db4. This is right, so I'll just say drop database. Okay, see, when there is an incorrect text that you have entered, it will show some other color like this one. You see, it's showing white. But if I'm just putting the things correctly, it will show in this kind of red or orange, whatever you see color. Okay, so I will say database. You can use small or lower uppercase as well. I prefer it uppercase to make it like more clear. So database. Now if I enter a few words, I give a suggestions. I can just enter on it, or just press tab, or click on it. That's how it gets basically selected. So what I'm saying, drop database, and the database name that I want to drop, that is Amazon dash db, which is db1. This is I want to drop. Now there is one more thing I forgot to explain. This like this sign that you see, this is to basically end the query. So once I have entered this semicolon sign, so this means basically I'm ending this query. Okay, so whenever your query is ending, just make sure you enter this delimiter sign. Okay, so you know how to enter get this delimiter sign. You can just press the shift and this after the L there would be some key. You can just press it. I'm sure everyone knows that. So now I can just go ahead and select this line of code, and I can just press my shortcut. So due to this some reason, it's not showing that Amazon db1 is doesn't exist. So let me just refresh it. Okay, I might have deleted it. So this is the name I want. So let's go ahead and say, okay, let's just check it again. Let's check it for DB3. Okay, Amazon spelling seems to be fine. Okay, let's just check Amazon dash DB3. Let's see if this work. Okay, so due to reason it's not allowing, that's fine. I can just go ahead manually delete it for now. Okay, so I don't need DB1, I don't need this DB3, and I don't need DB4. Okay. Okay, yeah, DB4. So I can just go ahead and refresh it now. Okay, my SQL is not connected. Okay, so let's just go ahead and go to the one that we need and just delete it. Okay, so sometime PostgreSQL works a little slow, but that's fine. So we can just refresh it again. There are two sessions using database Amazon DB1 being accessed by other user. Okay, so I'll just cancel it for now. Okay, I'll just relaunch my PostgreSQL. So give me a second. PgAdmin 4. So I hope everyone actually has managed to basically, create their first database, right? So please unmute if you want to say some word. Okay, it's connected. So now let's try it again. Drop data is Amazon HTTP one. Let's go ahead and see. Oops. Okay, so due to some reason it's not allowing, so maybe my other server actually using this database, so I'll just ignore it for now. But this is the syntax to basically delete any database. Okay, so we'll move ahead with our sessions for now. So I'll just keep all this database that I need as of now. So the main database that we will be working, that is Amazon DB. So I'm sure you have managed to create the Amazon DB. So let's go ahead and see like the tables or whatever the things that we have and how to check the details, right? Let me just zoom my screen a bit. I can just drag as long as many I want. So now inside the database, so just for now ignore these two database. Okay, I'll delete it using some other commands after some time. So now inside this database, okay, we have something called, if you just see, there are so many things, but it's not necessary that you need to know each and everything. So just you need to know there is something called schemas. Okay, so if you just click on schemas, this arrow, you see something called public. Okay, now if you just click on public, there is something called tables. Okay, so this is what we need. Now there is no table, that's the reason it's not showing any tables here. Now this is, let me just show you again how we basically got it. So we are going into this arrow, then inside this arrow we are basically going into this schema, which is this one, schemas. Now inside this schema you have two things, one is pg toast and one is public. So we need to go to click on this public, and inside the public you get something called tables. Okay, so now this is what we need. When you create a table, it will basically show up here. So now let's go ahead and create our first table. Okay, so first we will work on our our projects. So let me just go ahead and say we will create a table. So let's go ahead and share the screen again. Let's see which page we are now at the moment. So we're on this page which says installations of PgAdmin 4. Okay, now in the SQL, there are types of commands, right? The commands that we have. So we have majorly four types of basically commands. So one is which you call as a DDL, data definition language. Okay, that is used to basically create, alter, drop, truncate, and rename. We will learn each and everything. I mean, as long as we go ahead. Now we already learn how create works. Like we have created a database, right? I have shown you the drop database. So drop basically syntax used to basically delete a database. Now alter we will show in the later on. Now this all comes in definition, basically kind of defining the table or defining a database. So now if we talk about define is basically kind of design, right? So designing a database or designing, if you just compare with a real home, right? So defining a home or defining a table inside database. So that's where we will use this create and alter, drop, and rename. So all this are basically commands. This is the main commands. The second most used command, that is this one, which is called DDL. So that is used as a data manipulations language. So in DDL, we use a select statement, we use insert. Like once the table is created in this command, then obviously you will be inserting some values, right? Then you can use update as well to update some information in the table or to delete some information from the table. So as I said, that this is going to be a relational database, the class. So in the relational, okay, so in the relational database, okay, in the relational database, basically you will be defining, creating tables, you will be storing values, and you will be kind of deleting, values, updating values, right? So there will be so many things. So one second. So whoever is getting this, don't try to drop it, okay? Just ignore it for now. You might have to restart the computer to basically terminate the first database. Yeah, ignore it for now. Okay, ignore it for now, because the first database it might be using by the computer, so you need to terminate that, but that's fine. So now this is which you use as a data manipulation language. The major syntax is going to be select, insert, update, delete. So if I talk about the whole SQL, that is all about this only. These are the basic syntax that this basic line of code that we only have. That's the reason SQL is the most easy language, because you don't have multiple things. Then after that, what you need is just the logic. Once you learn all these things, then you will just need the logic. And trust me, this one transactions control language, it's not used even 1%. I think I have used my whole life in, more than 5 or 10% I have used. So it's not that much necessary. Same goes with this one. Okay. So what is most important is this one, which is defining, creating table, dropping table, and then this one, which is data manipulations. Okay, so this is, and these two commands you need to basically learn. Again, you don't have to remember the syntax all the time. As soon as you basically practice, it's fine. Even if you forget it, so it's going to be totally okay. So you can, what you just need to understand or remember is logic. Now you know how to create database using syntax. So you enter create, then you enter the database, and then you enter the name. That's how you create the syntax, right? So that's going to be for the commands. So let's go to next. So next in the SQL, we have something called data types. Okay. So first we will create a table, then we will come to data types. Now, if I talk about storing in a table, right? In a table, you cannot basically store a photo, right? So obviously the data type that you will be storing somehow, either it is a text or number. Okay. So that's going to be right. So what are the types of data? So majorly used, there are so many types of data types are there in SQL. So majorly that you will be using to basically doing data analysis or kind of doing sorting or doing ordering. So you will be using majorly these other data types, that will be number or kind of alphabet like A, B, C, D, or true, false. This we call it Boolean. Okay, and then we will be using date as well and time as well. Okay, so SQL understands something called integer. If you're not familiar, integer is basically a whole number, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So any number that is a whole number you say, like there is no decimal, right? Like this one. So that's called integer. We use as an int instead of full name. We use at int. We will show like in the next slides how it's going to be. And we have something called decimal. So I'm sure everyone knows what is decimal. So decimal is like after a number you put a point and then you put some more numbers, right? So there is no limit. You can put 100 numbers, 10 numbers, 50 numbers. So all this is called decimal, right? So the second we have called float. In float you have like two numbers or one numbers, then you put a decimal, then you put another only two decimal. So that's kind of your float, not a full number, but it could be like 1.1, 2.2, kind of like putting price or things which are not a whole number. Like a product price could be like $5.2, or it could be anything which is like 102.9, so something like that. So that's whole float. So the main that I want to focus is that int, which is integer, which we call it as int, the short form. The second is decimal, and the third is float. Okay, So float or decimal kind of same, but in decimal you have like options to add multiple number of decimal, numbers after the decimal after this point. In float you will by default get 2. Okay, so this is all about the numbers type data. Now talk about characters, right? In the character we have two options, which is called char, char, and one is varchar. Okay, this n means you can put some number to define how many character you want. Okay, I will show you in live like how it's going to be. And this varchar, so most of the time this is used for like limited small amount of text. Like let's say if you just want 2 or 3 text, like let's say my name Nazir, right? So you can just say char 5. That means you only want 5 text. Now if you want like 100 text, 200 text, like kind of a message, or kind of a big number of a paragraph, right? So then you can use varchar and you can define the number that you want. Okay, there are so many other, but these are the majorly that we will be using. Then coming to date time, we have date. So date is used in this format in basically SQL. So okay, so if I talk about the decimal and the difference between decimal and float, okay, I'll explain it again. So yeah, that's kind of good. If you get any doubt, middle of any point, so just write it in the group that we have. Okay, so then I have already multiple screen in front of me, so I can see the query, then I can explain. Okay, that's how I understand that. Okay, this will need to explain it again. So talking about the decimal, so decimal, you see there are 3 after the dot. There are 3 numbers that I have. I can make it 4, 5, 6, 10, 20, 100. Okay, but in float there will be only fixed 2 numbers after the decimal. Okay, that's the only difference. If you say that if you put like 1, 2, 3.45, then they both are going to be same. But in the float, if you define the data type as a float, you cannot expect like 4 or 5 decimal after the point. Okay, so this is the difference between decimal and float. So next let's move to the character types. Okay, yeah, that's correct. So yeah, let's move to the character types. In the character types, we have 2 types, as I have explained: char and varchar. So varchar is basically used for like storing large data, and char is using basically a small number of data. So this one is like most preferred, I would say. You might be getting confused with all this, but I just right after these slides it will be clear, because we'll be creating table and putting the values. So this is the date time. I was talking about the date time. In the date time, this is the standard format that you have to use. So under this code, so you see single quotes like this sign, then I'm putting first the year. So this is very important. So I initially did like a lot of mistakes, entering dates. Then I basically spent a lot of time to debugging my code. So just to learn it from the starting, whenever you are entering any dates, so you need to ensure that you are putting in this format. So first is year, then the month, and then the basically date. So now in India, we follow like first the date, then the month, then the year. So you can just simply reverse the same. Okay, that's what format SQL use. Okay, now for time, this is the syntax format that is used, which is the first is like the hour, then the minute, then the second. Okay, so this is for the time. And when it is using as a timestamp, so timestamp basically it includes date and space, then the time. Okay, so this is the kind of like date time data types, I would say. The next we have, which is boolean, that is true and false. Like you can write as a true and false without giving any basically double quotes. Okay, now one thing I forgot: whenever you are kind of entering any character in SQL, okay, you need to ensure that you are putting this double quotes, otherwise your query will give you an error. So text are used double quotes. Inside the double quotes you need to put the text, but the number basically you don't have to define a double quotes. Okay, so let's go to the PgAdmin 4 and let me just show you how all this is going to be. So we are inside the PgAdmin 4. We do not have any tables. Okay, so first I'll be sharing you a file, okay, which you'll have to kind of download, and then we will start creating the tables. Okay, so let me just share you the file, which is going to be orders I want. Then that's going to be orders.csv. Okay, so I have shared a file, okay, which is a CSV file. Just download it. Okay, just download that file and create a new folder in your desktop. Okay, just new folder. Okay, and put that file as Amazon DB. Okay, so let's say just create a file like this. Windows is going to be different, so just put it like Amazon DB. Okay. Now inside the Amazon DB, okay. Now drag this basically file and put it inside kind of that folder that you have created. Okay. So this is the first table that we will be creating. So once you're done, okay, then we will come back to this PgAdmin 4. So I have done for mine. So you can just go ahead and create a folder in your desktop and download this the file that I have shared. So this CSV file I have shared in this group, the workshop group that we have. From that group, just download the file and put it into a folder that you have just created. Okay. Now let's move to PgAdmin 4. Okay. Now we will be creating a table. Okay. So first, let's just give me some space. I'm just putting a comment. So creating. So comment I use a small letter. So I'll just say creating.
Hey Nasir, sorry to interrupt. So where are you sharing the file?
I have shared the file in the workshop group that we have. Have you joined the group?
Sorry, can not joined in the group.
Okay, so there is a group we have. So if you have not joined the group, let me just share a link to join that group.
Okay,
let me see if I can share in the chat box. Okay, so it's mandatory that you have to join the group because you need to write your doubt over there only. And that's I'm using in a different screen. So let me first share you in a chat. Okay, give me a second. I'll first share you the group in the Q&A. Meantime, if anyone has any doubt with anything, so please let me know while we create the table. Okay, I got the link. So slide text. So I hope no one has any doubt, which is great. So okay, 1 second. So I have basically shared a link in the Q&A. Okay, and you can just click on that link to join the SQL workshop group to basically put your text, comments, and everything in that group. Okay. So then just download the file. Once you download the file, I'll wait for 2 minutes. Okay. Once you download the file, then we will go ahead and I'll just open the file. You don't have to open it from yourself because it is a CSV file. So let me just go ahead and share my screen again. Okay. So now I have shared my screen. So now.
Yeah, hi, am I audible?
Yeah, just create a folder and paste in the file. I mean, just copy the file to a folder. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I'm still not able to join the group due to some account issue. Can you share the file in Q&A?
Yeah, I don't think it's possible. I can just try once again. So what's the issue? I mean, why it is not allowing?
I'm trying to create a Microsoft account, but some error is
coming. You don't have it.
Because of that is why it's taking time.
Okay, I got it. So let me see if I can share in the Q&A. 1 second. Give me a second. So meantime, yeah, if anyone has has any doubts, so please let me know. Okay, so it's not allowing in the Q&A. So let me just create a Google Drive and share it with you. Okay. So give me 1 second.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, sure. Sure. Hi, yeah. Sure. Hi, yeah. Hi, yeah.
Sir, we are not able to download the file.
What is the error you're getting? Give me a minute. I'm just creating a folder. Okay. So I'll just share a Google Drive link. Okay. So anyone can download it. Okay, I'm just sharing it. It's ready now. done. Let me just go ahead and share it. Share. Okay, so I'm going to share it in the group. Okay. So this is the link. Okay. Check the Google Drive link. Okay, and download the file. There would be like 3 to 4 folders. I mean, one folder, there will be multiple files. So just download it. It shouldn't be asking any password. So I can also give it in the Q&A as well, if anyone wants. So I have, shared the link in the Q&A as well, Google Drive link. So let me know if you can download the file. Yeah, it's available for everyone. So for now, we will work with the orders, but you can download all the files. So I hope everyone has downloaded it. So let's just proceed with the session. I'll just share my screen again. Okay. So now once you download the file, okay, you don't have to open it, but let me show you what do we have inside the file. So I can just go ahead and say, yes, this is the file. So just don't open it, okay? Even if you are opening it, so don't save it, okay? Because the format is going to change if you open it in Excel. So just cancel it or just close the file, okay? So inside the file, let me just show you what I have inside the file. Okay, this is the one which is CSV orders. Okay, this is the file. So I will be using a text editor. Why I'm saying don't open it in Excel, because when you open it in Excel, the date might get changed as per your system, standard, which I don't want. So this is a CSV file. Okay, so I'm opening it using a text edit. So I have this column. These are the columns that I have. You can see these are the columns that I have. Okay, and these are the rows that I have. It has more than 10,000 records of orders of Amazon sales. Okay, so and there will be so many information that will be working. We have like the customer table, returns table, seller table, orders table. So today now we will be only working with this one table. Then tomorrow we will today I think we will learn join as well. Then we will work with like 2 to 3 tables, joining them. So I'll show you each and everything. So in the file, if you just see the file, these are the columns we have. Okay, I can just go ahead and start writing my query. So I want to create a table. I hope my screen is visible, right? And you can see the PostgreSQL PgAdmin script page.
Hi, just one
So now,
question.
yes.
In which format you have opened that sheet in Excel?
No, you don't have to open it, but if you want to open it, it's called text editor. You can open it, right click on it, and there will be something called text editor, or in a text format you can open it. Okay, if you're using Windows, in Windows you have a text, right? Text functions. So you can right click on it and open in a text format.
Okay.
So that's fine. You don't have to open it. It's okay. So, but later on you can just try. You can open it. So now let's go ahead and create our table. That name of the table calls orders. Okay. So for the creating table, the syntax is very, very simple. Okay. I'll just use create. I'll just use capital create table. So see, whenever I'm writing it correctly, it is changing the color to this light red. So I'm saying create table. Now I need to give a name of the table. Okay. Now I'll say name as orders. This is the table name I have given. Now if you see in this table, so I'm inside this database. Let me just go ahead and say I'm inside this database, which is called kind of like Amazon DB PostgreSQL server, right? So I'm inside this database, this script, and then I'm simply writing a script inside this and saying that creating a table. This is a comment. Now I'm writing in my script, just create tables, and the table name is orders. Now if I go to my this database from this left side console, I'll just show it from the scratch. So I'm inside this server. Inside the server, I have PostgreSQL. I can have multiple things. Inside this PostgreSQL, I have like multiple database. So I am inside only this database, that is Amazon DB. Rest are inactive at the moment. So I go inside this Amazon DB. Then inside this database, I have informations, right? So I have something called a schema. I go to schema, and from the schema, I go to tables. Okay. Now I don't have any table, so it's not showing here. Even if I'm clicking on this arrow. So now let's go ahead and create our first table. So that's going to be create a table. Then I need to use this, kind of brackets. Now I'm just giving some space. Okay. So whenever you're creating a table, so just follow this standard. Okay, I'm just giving some line to ensure that my code looks actually good for anyone. Okay, now I need to give it the table. See, if I talk about table, what do you have in a table? In the table you have you have columns and rows, right? So let's go to Excel file just to show you how it looks like. If I go to my data again, which is this one thing here, I can just open it with Excel, but you don't have to do it. So because I'm going to share you the code to create the table. Okay. Now inside the Excel file, if I just show you what do I have, right? I have something called, this is column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, column 5. Everyone is familiar with Excel, right? I'm sure. Then I have, this is called row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4. So to create a table, I need to first define this column name and their data types. This is very important because I'm creating a table. Let's say the column name, I want order ID. So inside order ID, what do I want? Now, what is this data type? So if I show you, this is a number, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But this is order, this is a date. Now this is a customer ID. This is a state. This is a category. Okay. So this is all the information I have. So I'm just simply copying all this, column name. Oops. I'm just simply copying all the column name. Oops. For some reason it's not allowing. So let me just copy it again. Control C. And now I have copied this column name. I know what are the columns, right? Now all the data types I have kept like this data type as well as a text as of now. I'll show you reason why I'm keeping this order ID, although it is a number, but I'm keeping it as a text. The reason is that this order ID, okay, so the order ID, you cannot sum two order ID, right? You cannot find an average of 2 or 5 orders ID, because this is just defining like the order IDs for this order, this customers. So they do not have any relation between this order ID and this order ID and this order ID. So they have a relation with all this information you see, like this order ID, define that the date work order, define the customer ID, the state, the category, and the price, quantity, sale, so many other things. Everything is connected with this order ID. So I kept it as a number, as a text. The reason is that this doesn't basically make any sense. If I keep it as a number, then the SQL might understand it wrong way. SQL will try to find a sum of this order ID, but it makes no sense, right? If you sum this to order ID, because at the end, it looks like number, but it is not a number. So you see the average is 15. It makes no sense. But if you see the sum of this, for example, this one, which is called sale. Now this makes a sense. The first sale was like $16, then the second sale is like $11. So you know the sum of say, average of which is 14, and the sum of is going to be like somewhere around 27, So this makes sense. So now what I need all this column name. So I'm just copying all the column name. I'm just closing, just keep this for now. Okay. Now I'll go to my PgAdmin. Now I can manually type the column name here. Okay. Which I can go ahead and say that I want column name as like order ID. Okay. Now the second column, again, I go back to my sheet. Then see, when you are entering second column, make sure you are going to the next, basically line. And something I missed, I'll tell you what. Okay, so now first column was order ID. Let's go back to the second column and see. Okay, I just copied let's go to Excel. So Excel, I think it was here. Okay, so first column is order ID. Then second, I have order date and customer ID. Okay, so I'll just go back to my PgAdmin. So second column is order date. I'll just say order date. So I cannot use underscore, dash. I need to use underscore. So now the two columns I got it. Okay, now one thing I missed. So in this order ID, whenever you are creating a table, see, I have written a simple code, syntax, which is create table. This is the kind of command I'm giving to SQL to create a table in my database, this which I'm inside. And now I'm giving the table name as orders. Okay, then I'm saying order ID. Okay, I need to use it underscore. Okay, so underscore is done. Now I am giving a order ID and the order date. So these are the two tables, the two columns that I have in my Excel sheet, right? So I need to define this. See, after you give a column name, you need to define the data type by giving simple one space. So after this one space, Now I need to type the data types. Now if you remember the topic that we have learned about the data types, so this was int, decimal, float, char, and varchar, right? And the date, time, timestamp, boolean. So now we're using this data because we are considering the order as a kind of the text. Then we will use what text you want. We will use as a varchar. So I'll be going into my Postgres SQL again. So now I'll be using here varchar, varchar. So when you enter the data types correctly, the color gets changed. Okay, so make sure always defining it in capital letters and the color gets changed. Now if you remember, there is something called n, like we had, which is in this sheet, something called n. That means define how many characters you're going to store under this column in one row. Okay, so now if I say I need to use a bracket here, and I can give like how many, I can give like 255, or I know this is going to be a very small, maybe 4 to 5. So still I'm defining as 25, which I basically do. You can give it as 50. So more you give, more space the table is going to contain. Okay, but if you give like only one, if there's a the order ID that's ending with, let's say 10. Now this is a 2 character, right? Now it will give you error. So make sure the number of character, if you see, if I go to my sheet at last page, so I have maximum 4 character, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can define as 5. It's going to work fine. So although I'm just defining as 25 as of now, just to follow a simple standard. So this first column is done. Basically, I have entered the information correctly in the first column. Okay. Now second column, what the second column is? The second column is, which is data type. That's going to be date, right? If you just click on the second column, that we have order date. So this column data type is date. You can see here it is showing the data type date. If I click on this, it is showing as a date. So I basically need to kind of select as a date. Okay, I can just put it in capital again. Now see, after you enter any column name, you need to enter a comma. Okay, so that's how basically your one column is done. That's how it defined. Okay, this is a one column, this is a data type, and you are giving how many characters you want to store under this column for one row. Okay, so now this is my second. Now I can just, in the date, I don't need to give this number because it's not defined in the like data type. Simple by entering a date, it understand, okay, it is a date. Okay, so now we will go ahead and put the third column that we have. I'll just copy paste all the column name that I have inside my sheet. So that's going to be like order date and order date I have entered. The next column is going to be, don't worry, I'll be sending this syntax in the group after I create the table. So the customer ID is going to be this column, which is this one. This is also text. Okay, now I'll be using as varchar 25 as the same as like this, and I will put a comma here. So after customer ID, one space. Okay, then I'll go to next line. To go to next line, I just simply need to press enter. Okay, now this is done. Now state was again text because it is a kind of name of states. So but see, now this time is that you need to define a long character because some states have like more than 10 or 15 characters, right? So I'll go ahead and say state varchar 25. So make sure after basically after you complete that column, make sure don't forget this comma, otherwise your syntax is going to give you an error. So I have states and varchar 25. So let's go to next. Now in this category, so category is also text type. You can just go ahead and check which is category text type. You have the category name. Now I'll say that category type is going to be text or varchar, and after one space I'll give it one space. Oops, varchar. Now I'll just give a comma to go to next line. Now subcategory, okay, so there is this mistake in the syntax, so I'll just need to correct it because I can only use underscore in the name of the column. Now subcategory is also text, right? So let's go ahead and say subcategory a text. Now let's see how many word do I have in the subcategory. So this is the subcategory. Subcategory seems to be like shorter, no like a long text, so I can still use 25. Now the product ID, which is going to be this one. Now this is a text, you can see starting with P1, P2, P3. So I'll be using the same, which is going to be like varchar 25 and a comma after one space of the product ID. I put this, right? Now something changed. Okay, now we say price per unit. Okay, now if I go to the column that we have, which is say price per unit. Now this is a number, you can say kind of decimal number because there are two point after the decimal. Okay, so now we can simply use a decimal or we can use a float, but I will be using float because there could be some product that might have 3 decimal. That's maybe not showing here, but it might have. So I'll be using as a float. So it's always recommend you use as a float. So I'll just remove the extra space between this column name because that's not allowed in SQL. And this time instead of varchar, I use float. Now with float, you don't have to define how many text you want. Simply just type a float and then go to next line. Next line is quantity. Now see the things. Okay. So in the quantity, we'll go to quantity. So the quantity is a whole number. Now you see this is a 2, 3, 4. Now you cannot define is a text because you define is a text. You cannot see sum the quantity because you cannot sum like paper and labels, right? They both are text. But this is a quantity and this is a whole number. And quantity cannot be like 2.5, right? It has to be like 2, 3, 1, 5, any whole number. So kind of like I will use as a like int. So please make sure
मम्मी माझं चाललंय काहीतरी माझं वर्कशॉप चाललंय
please mute yourself. Okay, so sorry for that. So we have something called sale. Okay, now the sale as well, I'm going to put it as like float. Now you can see in the sale as well also I have like this type of data which is called float. Okay, so I'll just use as a float at the moment. Now sale is going to be float. Okay, now let's go ahead and last column which is seller ID. Now the seller ID is also kind of number, but I want it as a text because to seller ID doesn't have any relation, right? So I'll just use as a text. So I'll use as a text. So let me just open seller ID text damage varchar, right? So that's going to be varchar 25. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay? Yeah, so that's going to be seller ID and varchar 25. So that's it. This is the column only we need. We can just re-verify if we have already. If we have hi everyone, please mute yourself. Okay, so make sure that your mic is on mute. If only want to speak something, then only can unmute after raising your hand. So now we have. Yes.
I have a doubt. Like,
Yes,
why don't we write every column name in a single row? Why do you taking that?
Yes, see, I will tell you why I don't write in a single column. I mean in a single row. So if I write in a single way, it will be like way too long. Okay. Now by looking, if my code is like checking by somebody, he will able to understand in a second. Like this is the first column, this is the data type, second column data type, third column data type, and if there is a mistake I can see immediately, okay, there is a comma I missed. Now if I line a single row, there would be like a kind of like lot of I need to basically to debug it, it will take really a long time. So that's not basically advised. Okay, so you need to always, whenever you are writing your code, you need to always the best practice. So this is the best practice. Now if you see how it looks, now if I just show you, if I just write it single way, how it's going to look like. Okay, let me just go to Excel and just get my file. Let's say this one. Okay, I'll show you how it's going to look like. Okay, now let's say I'm just putting a comment. It's not copied. Let me just go to my text editor. Now if I just put all the column names like this way. Okay, let's go to PgAdmin, put all the column. Now see, this is a column name. Now if I just define a varchar, then date, how messy it looks like, right? You will not be able to basically correlate like what the hell is this, like I mean if somebody, your manager, check this code, he will take like a hell lot of time to understand. Now if you missed one comma, you need to check each and everything from the starting. Now if you missed one comma, by simply looking, it will take just few seconds to basically understand that you missed something. So this is the reason we don't put it in a single line, and this is the standard syntax that you will have to follow. I can just put some more comma. Now I'll just remove extra space and I'll just close this syntax. Okay, now the create syntax is done. Let's just
hello.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so I have this question that why are we utilizing varchar as the data type for seller ID? Can you please repeat the reason? Like I was unable to understand that.
Sure.
Because it's an
sure,
integer type, right?
Yes, correct. I'll tell you. So assuming like this seller ID, I can use as a number. Okay, that the point is that seller ID 1 and seller ID 2 or seller ID 3. So do you think that they have any relation? The seller ID, I mean, now can you, like, let's say that I'm giving a seller ID name, for example, seller ID 1, okay, 101, and the second seller ID, let's say 102, okay, and the third seller 104. Now SQL will consider is a number because I'm defining as an int, right, as a number. Now SQL will take a sum of this, like 100 plus 102 plus 104. But do you think it make any sense? Because you're summing the seller ID. Because
Right,
so
we
the
won't
thing is
get
that,
distinct values as ID. Is
yeah,
that what you're saying?
so yeah, it make no sense, right? Now if I just take, okay, take the sum of all the seller ID, so that would be a, like, a question which make no sense. Now if I just say, okay, take the average of all the seller ID, now it make no sense because seller ID is basically kind of a distinguished ID that distinguish each seller. They do not have any relation with other seller, right? So that's the reason although the number looks like a kind of number, but in the Excel as well also I have defined as a text. Okay, so now this is done. The table is created. I have shared the syntax in the chat. So just go ahead and run this syntax in your query editor, and your table is created. I can just go ahead and click on this, and I can just refresh it. Now you will see my table is inside. Now you see my table is created, right? Yeah, so you can just click on OK, and once you click on OK, so I think you are on the wrong database. Make sure you're on the Amazon DB. The database is Amazon DB, which you have created. So just if you are getting that incorrect or database doesn't exist, so let me go save my code. Okay, so let me just save my code inside the folder I have created, which is Amazon DB, and I'll just say the saving the code as a Amazon orders. So to save the code, you can simply use this icon, which is save, or you can just click on save as. Once you click on save as and you select your locations and give a name, just make sure the file extension is .sql. Okay, and once it is saved, that means it's fine. Now I can just go ahead and okay, somebody is getting some error.
Can you
saying,
repeat this?
Yeah, sure. Error at near syntax. So just make sure that you have copied this. Okay, there is a mistake. You have not copied properly. There is a comma after the seller ID varchar. Like you are putting a comma here. Like who's this? Let me just check the name. I'll just repeat once again. Tushar, you are putting a comma here. Okay, just make sure delete this comma. It's not because there is no other column, so we don't need this comma. Just delete it. Let me see if I have given the same way. No, you have not copied it properly. Just copy it properly from the syntax I have given in the basically chat box. So let me repeat how to save it. So just click on this save button. Now it is already saved. Now it's not basically showing. I can just go do something. Now I can just click on this save button. There is a shortcut also showing Control Option S. So I can just click on this button and it is going to save. Once you click on this button for the first time, you need to select your locations where you want to save, enter a name using the extension which is the .sql. By default, you just have to edit this untitled, okay, and give whatever name you want, and you can save it. Okay, so this is done. So whoever is getting connection error, okay, whoever is getting connection error, so make sure just click on it. Okay, just click on it. Okay, you can just click on it. First save your kind of this syntax and just click on it. You can just click on it, and you can go to new connections, or you can go to this, or you can go to new connections and select the database. I mean, from this database, and select the database like we're on Amazon DB, and then click on save. So if you have this database in this under this database, if you will be redirected to their database, then you can basically use the syntax, or before you can just copy all the syntax just to ensure that you have not missed the syntax. Copy the syntax, then go to new connections. Okay, go to new connections, select the database from the database name, which is Amazon DB, and then click on save, and then basically you can click on this editor, and then you can basically paste your the code that you have written, so ensure that you don't miss it. So now we have created the orders table. Now you can see we have something called orders table. Now we will go ahead and insert basically the values. Okay, that's perfect. I think, I mean, a lot of you.
Sorry, can you just give a minute so that we all are on the same page? We're just trying to execute the query.
Okay, sure. So let me know if once you all you have created the table, just give a basically raise your hand maybe. So this is the syntax. Okay, great. I see a lot of people
Where have
writing.
you placed this query? Where have you pasted? Is it in the chat, the other chat?
Yes, other chat, yes. So make sure when you're copying it, copy in the same way without giving any like, missing any text or any, sign. Otherwise you will be getting error, okay? And when your database is connected, it doesn't give you this cross sign. If you're getting a cross sign, that means this database is not live. And that means this is live. So inside this database, I am inside the syntax. Now, if you want one more syntax inside this database, you can just copy all the code that you have done. You can just select your database and create one more syntax by going to query tool, and you are, inside the same database, but another syntax. Now you see I have the syntax, right? Now I can use this one because this database is connected. I already have one, so I'll just delete it. See. So I'm just assuming that everyone has written the code.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I do have a question. I'm running the query. The query is running successful, but I'm unable to see the table.
Yes, yeah. So don't worry. How you will see it, I'll just show you again from the scratch. So assuming 1 second, give me a second. If it's successful, don't run it again because you'll be getting an error. Okay. So let's go ahead and see. So first, you know that the table was created inside this database. Now you might have different name. If you have given different name, if you have given same name, it will show you the same way. Now you're inside this query script. You see the database and the server name. Now you click on this arrow. Okay, you might have already opened it. That's fine. Now you go to this PostgreSQL. You might already opened it. That's fine. Go to database. You might have already opened it. That's again fine. Now inside this, now you know this which database this table was created. From here, right, you see the name Amazon DB. So you need to go to this database. How do you go it? Like from this, you just click on the arrow, Amazon DB, right? Now inside this database, there is something called schema. Okay, you go to this schema and go to this public. Okay, now after you go to this public, you see something called tables.
No, it's not there. I've already done all these steps, and I'm using the same database, which is Amazon_DB. And the
So you
name,
don't see
title,
all these
everything
things.
Hello.
Just refresh the database.
Refresh the database. Refresh.
Okay. Just refresh the database. Once you create the table, you need to refresh it by just clicking on this main database and click on refresh. Okay. Once you refresh it, go to Amazon and then go to schema and go to public.
I'm there.
And
I'm there.
yeah,
good.
great.
Thank you.
So let's start. First, let's start like importing the kind of file. Okay, that we have created, because in this class I'm not going to show you how to insert values, because that's I think in the next class. But this class is more about like solving some business problems. So first, let's go ahead and import the data that we have. That the file that I have shared, that was order file. Okay, let me just go ahead and show you the file in my system. So this was the file which is the orders, right? Orders-csv. So in this file, as I've shown you in the earlier, it's already open in my system. So it has like more than 10,000 record. 9,990 records. So these are all the orders details of a customer. Now these are some space like null values as well. We will work on that as well also, because in real time problem you will have some null values you need to deal with. So learn that what is this things. So now let's go to import all this file. Now the challenge is that, okay, why the reason I told you not to open this file in the earlier, because if you open it and if you resave it, there might be possible that something get changed. Like you can see here, the year get changed into this format. So this format is not understood by the SQL. So even if you have opened it, if you have not saved it, it's going to work fine. Because in the CSV format, or in the text editor that we have, the format was, if I just show you, like in the text editor, in the text editor, if you see the year, the format is showing us 2021, the year, then the month, then the date, which is correct format. Now, if I change it to 2021 to 2021, this might be basically give me error, because SQL will not understand. It expect the data in this format. Okay. Now, this is the main thing. Okay. Now, as I have already cleaned the data, everything is clean and smooth. When you will import in your project, you might get some error. So I will give you some hint, okay, so that if you are importing your data by downloading any XYZ sources, and you're doing your analysis, so you don't get that error, because it takes like a lot of time to learn how to basically how this works. So let me just show you the things. So first you have to see how read kind of in text editor, how to read a CSV file. Okay, so how the SQL will understand that which row is belongs to which column, which data belongs to which. So by this, I'll show you some tricks. So now you see this is the one which is order ID. I will just zoom it a bit if you want. Oops. Okay, I'll just zoom it a bit if you want. I'll just make it a little bigger. Now you see order ID. After order ID, there is a comma. Okay, there is no space. Now this is the second column name, which is order date. Now again, comma, there is no space. So basically, how columns are distinguished by the delimiter called comma. So this is called a delimiter. Okay, the delimiter or to separate the comma is, separate the column is comma. So this is what we will need to put inside while importing, which we will be doing in 2 minutes. Now all the columns are distinguished, basically separated with each other by simply one comma, right? There is no comma. So now if you see end of this column, which is like this one, this was our last column, that is seller ID. After the seller ID, there is no comma. So this means that we are into the next line, okay, which is this one. Now this order ID one that goes to this order ID column. This one goes to order ID column. This date goes to this column. So this is how SQL understand and import the file. If you do a slightly one mistake, then it is not going to basically let you import the file. You will be getting error and error and error. Okay. So basically, to distinguish one row to another row, there is a skip. There is nothing. So that is a skip. And to distinguish between one to another column, there is a delimiter, which is comma. So these two things we will need. So now let's go to PgAdmin. Okay. Now, once you create the table, you might have, yes.
Nazir, I have a doubt. Can you show that text editor once?
Sure.
Yeah, here for the seller ID, over here in the end, it is given in numeric value only, right? So over there we mentioned as varchar. So
yes,
how is
as
that?
I've explained, see, in Excel, if I show you something in Excel, okay, let's just go ahead and start a new Excel. In Excel, you have some functions. Okay, now you can change the number type. Now let's say I say it's seller ID. Okay, now seller ID I say 1, 2, 3. Okay, I put some number. Now I can change this number to as a number, or I can change it to text. Okay, now this is a text. Now you see this is a text. You're showing as a text, but it's a number. Now you just to understand the basics, like why we have defined it as a text instead of number. Now if we just say, okay, tell me just sum of like all these numbers. Now if we just go ahead and do a sum of like what 1, 2, so 7, right? It's going to be like 7. So do you think it make any sense? It doesn't make any sense, because these are
But
just
why would we give the sum function to seller ID when there is
no, not we will not give you. But tomorrow, if you are doing some analysis and you are doing some automations and you want to basically sum this column, okay. Now the thing is that if I talk about order ID, usually seller ID is not basically only numbers. Okay, it contains like numbers, text, and everything, because at the end a seller ID is a text. Now you cannot do any arithmetic operations in the seller ID, because this seller ID is different, this is different. They do not have any relation between each other. So in the Excel, as you have the options to define as a text, or if you define as a number, you can define as a number. Okay, but at the end you just have to define a kind of distinguish kind of name, right? So that I can use also a name like seller 1. I can say that seller 1. I can use this like, right, seller 1, seller 2. I'm just using simple so that you can easily remember, or we can do some comparison like tomorrow. So that's it about, like, you can change the data type. So we have defined is a varchar. So let's go to PgAdmin and let's import our file now. Now you have created your first table. Congratulations. If you have done successfully, that's great. If you have not able to see it, just click on this table, refresh it, and you will have this orders table that has been created. Okay, and if your database is live, which is by like you don't see the sign. Okay, now let's go ahead and see what we have inside the table first. Okay, so we can say select, there is a syntax. Okay, I can just write here checking what do we inside the orders table. Okay, orders table. Okay, so although we have not imported anything, or we have not like inserted any values, so to check what we have inside a table, we call it select everything from orders. Now let me just explain what does it. Okay, so this select that you see, okay, this is the data manipulations commands, DML, the one that we have learned earlier. So if I just go ahead and show you this one, this is come from this select. So in SQL, whatever you will do, like these are the only main things. As I have told you, these two are like the 80% that you will be using. So we're using select now. Earlier we have used create to create the database, then we have used a drop to delete the database, and we have not used a delete other thing or insert. So now we are inside this and we are saying, okay, print us whatever we have inside the orders. Now how do we define print everything? Now this star that you see, okay, now let me just let's just understand the things. Okay, now this select, you're saying, okay, select, that means select from my database. Now this from says that selecting from what? Okay, now you cannot put your database name here, you need to put your table's name. Okay, now you're putting your table's name, that select from what? This table. Okay, assuming that selecting from this table name, which is orders. Now what does it star means? Okay, let's just first check with the stars. Now if you just go ahead and run it, you see something like this, empty, because there is only, you see only the column name, but there is no values inside this, kind of table, right? Because we have not inserted anything. Now if you simply want only one column, let's say your manager asks you, okay, just give me the all the order ID and their sale amount. Okay, now we have some column, if you just say 1 second. So we have some column, in your data, because you have explored the data, right? Before going into analysis, you have explored the data. So you have column called sales. Now you know that you have a sale column. For each order there is a sale amount. Like if you purchase something, there is an order ID, there is a sale amount, right? There is a amount that you have paid. So how do you select only two columns? Only select two columns is enter the column name by giving a comma. Okay, now you see, as soon as I go here, I can put the column name that I only want order ID, okay, order ID, and then I give a comma. After giving comma, you can give multiple space as the way you basically understand, as the way it looks good or easy to understand. So comma, then the second what I want, that is sale. So I can just go ahead and check the meaning. So the sale. So now if you want a particular column, you can just define is as a comma. Okay, so first I want order ID, then I want sale, and I can just go ahead and run it. Okay, if I just go ahead and run it, oops, I'll just use the shortcut control. That's going to be, I'll just use it here. Okay, now see, I only got two columns, but there is still no value because I've not inserted the value. So you kind of got it, like to select a specific column, you put the column name and you give a comma, and you put another column name and you can give one more comma. You can let's say I want now order date. Okay, now see, when I was typing, it already understood that, okay, I need something called order date. So this is the reason this software is very useful. Now I see I have got three columns. No matter like the orders, like if the order ID is first, you need to enter it first. No, it depends on your need and your requirements. Okay, so now this is fine. How to basically see the things that we have in the table. Now let's go ahead and import the data that I have basically shared with you. So if you have kind of open it, if you have saved that file, just delete it and re-download it from the link, or I'm assuming that you've already had the file in the original format. Okay, so we'll right click on it. Okay, we will just go to this table. If you are again unable to find this order, so let me just show you again. Let me just first delete everything, minimize everything. Let me just show you again. So now let's go to server. From the server, you go to PostgreSQL, go to database. From the database, you go to your database that you're working, which you see the name here, Amazon DB for mine. So Amazon DB. Then you go to your tables, which is from the schema, and you go to public, and from the public, you go to tables, right? From the tables, you see this orders table. Now, this orders table is the table that we have created earlier, right? Now I can just right click on it. Now there is two things you can do. One we call import, or one is export. Now we have some data in the table. Now you want to export it. Now basically you want to save it and share it to somebody. You only want the data, not the code. Now you can just click on these functions, import or export. Now you can define you want to export or you want to import. Okay. Now keep the format as CSV, because our file is CSV, the one I have shared you. There's a text and binary as well. Now I have selected, instead of export, I have selected import because I want to import the tables, right? Now I need to select the locations. Okay, as I have asked you to create a new folder in the desktop and basically put the file in that folder so that you can just easily select it. So I'll just go and select desktop. I have the file in my kind of workshop and then Amazon project. You can select whatever the locations you have. So I will select CSV and I want only. So just make sure selecting this file, which is orders .csv. Okay, I'll click on open. We have not yet imported. We have just selected the path, the locations of the file by just clicking this icon. If somebody missed it, so just click on this icon, go to your file location and select the file. Simple, by select and open, or you can double click on it. I mean, whatever suits you. Now, once it's done, there's something called encoding. We don't need that. Okay, don't select anything. Okay, as of now. Now let's go to column. Now in the column, see, you are importing two orders, right? In the orders table, you have created some column. If you have remember, right? You have created some columns. So all the columns are showing like what are the columns you have in the orders table, and we have kept in the same order. Same order means like orders ID after date. Like if you see the Excel file, I think I close it. So order ID, then order date, customer ID, state, category. So I have kept everything in the same order so that it doesn't get any error. So it's saying you have this column, order ID, order date, customer ID, state, category, subcategory, product ID, price per unit, everything, right? Now there is something called not null. We will not discuss as of now. Now if you go to options, column not created. So column net not created, that means, okay, let me just check. Utility not found. Please try to. I'm not sure what you have selected. So let me just show you again, Ashwin. See, once you have created the table, now inside the table you have something called orders. You right click on the orders, click on import, and go to this menu, little menu that you see. Inside this menu, simply go to this file, I mean, icon, and select your folder, the one I have selected. Don't select anything at the moment. Now we will go to options. In the option, you see something I told you, delimiter. Okay, so now if you just see, what does it say? Space. Don't edit anything. We don't need to edit anything. I have designed in a way that it automatically import. Okay, just to show you, so it says delimiter specifies the character that appears separate the columns within each row. So within each row, the separator was comma for us, right? Which is correct. This is quotes. So this is escape. So escape is correct. Everything is fine. We just click on OK. Okay, so that means I have not done anything. I've just clicked on OK, and my file is imported. So I'm not getting any warning. Now let's go ahead and show you how I know if the file is imported. Okay, so now I can go ahead and select everything, or I can just select this column run. Now see, I have all the records. See, I mean more than 9,989 records. I can only print specific, I mean all the columns if I want. I just go ahead and say I only want all the columns, not only specific columns. So I can go ahead and say I want. Okay. So I see all the columns now because I have select star. Star means everything. Okay. So whenever you are entering star, just remember that star means everything. So I use instead of pronounce it as a star, I say select everything from orders. I don't write everything, but I write star, but I read it as a select everything from orders. That means I am selecting all the columns from the orders table that I have. So this is going to be, and now let's see who has some people are getting error. Okay, so if you're getting this error, yes,
how to import?
Yeah, so let me just share you. If you are getting this error, so just delete the file that you have, download the file again, orders, and then relation orders already exist. You might be basically running it from here. Okay, so whoever is getting this error, don't run everything from here. Just select the things that you want to run, like only this thing I want to run. Select this line, then only go to this button or see the shortcut that you have. I use shortcut. You can use this line and then just click on run. You see all the columns. So whoever is asking to show it again, let me just show it again. Now I'm sure everyone has this order tables. Just right click on it.
Hi Nazir. I did import and export like the way you said, but then while I'm executing the select statement, select extract from orders, there is no, the rows are showing 0.
Okay, so that means see, when you import it, okay, let me just do one thing. Okay, let me just go ahead and delete my tables. Okay, drop. Let's just show you how things work. Okay, I'll just say drop once again. I want it capital. So drop table. Don't just consider it not now. Drop table if exist. and 10 minutes for this. I'm just deleting this table for now. I'll refresh it. I'll just show you how to import it again. Now see, I don't have the table. I have deleted it, although I have the codes and everything. If I just run it, I will get error because relation orders does not exist. Whoever is getting this error. Okay, now because we don't have a table called orders, although it is here, but I have deleted it using a command line here, right? So now I'll just run the query again to create the table so that the table appears here. Okay, so I have now successfully created the table again. Now I can just go ahead and refresh it, and I can say the table is created. So inside the table, I can see all the columns, right? You can see all the columns that I have. So what I want you to basically do, go to this orders. Now make sure first, if you are getting error, your orders table is created, because I have already given you the syntax. Now if you are getting any error, so just run the syntax. Okay, run this one to delete the table and recreate the table. So I'm giving you in the chat. So whoever is having error, run this query. Okay, I have given two code. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. Would there be any PDF provided after the session, like how this has to be done? Because it is difficult for me to catch up, like with you, like whatever you're teaching and simultaneously do it.
See, I'll be sharing the PDF. Like in the PDF, if I show you, I have everything. Like in this site, I have like all this code. Okay, so this will be shared with you so that you can follow. But meantime, we're not doing any measure at the moment. We're simply creating the tables. I'm sharing you the codes. You just have to run the codes, and I'm also giving you the time. You just have to copy paste the code, right, for the moment. Then I'll also share you this PDF, like how to create tables, how to delete tables. So you see what I have done now. Drop table if exists. I've used this one. If there is any table by orders, so delete it, then create it. So whoever is getting any issue, so see my new code which I have given to you. Just run this code first, this one, then this one, and then just go to your tables and refresh it. Once you refresh it, you will see this order table and right click on it. So let me show you how to import it again. Okay, now let me just show you. I have nothing in the tables, like 0 rows, right? No columns. I mean, all the columns, no rows. Now, whoever is asking that there was no information that you see, that means things are not imported. Okay. Now we will go ahead and import it again just to show you. So just right click on it, import, and then select the file that you have, which is the one that I want to show you, orders.csv, and make sure the file is not edited. If you have done, open the file, just re-download it from Google Drive link that I have given in the Q&A and in the chat earlier. So once you redrive it, don't open it, just select the file, click on open, don't change any changes, and make sure that you have not made any changes in this. Like the first delimiter is 1 comma, then the quotes is simple quote sign, and this escape is like this sign. So all this sign has to be same, rest doesn't matter. Now okay, let's go back to select. You have selected the file which I have shown you by orders, and then just click on OK. Now if you get this green sign, which is a process completed, okay, and a green sign, that means your data has been imported. If you're getting any red, this background is red, like mine is green. If you're getting red, that means data is not imported. Either you have made some changes or there are some issues with your columns or data types. So then just follow the same steps, run this code first, then create that, it will delete the table, then run this code, it will create the column, then import the data by going into these orders.
Just one quick question. Can you tell us what are the options in quote escape which we have to use? Delimiter is comma, quote is quote,
yes,
and escape is
escape. See,
apostrophe.
escape usually, yeah, escape basically it defines, like, see, there are only two things. One is 2, one is 1. Okay, so usually it is what by default, if there is nothing in the CSV after one columns ends and then second row start, then you can use this one, which is 1, this apostrophe sign. Okay, so that's the only thing.
Yeah, I was able to create, insert the table, because in the option, if you check, the header will be disabled itself, so you have to select that one.
See, so in my table, if I show
everyone
you,
can, yeah, yes. By default it's in the options, right? Header
no,
was
by default.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Correct. Actually, header
Windows
was off. That is why it was showing an error. But later, when we switched it on, it worked.
Okay. Yeah, that could be because for Windows, maybe see, I have installed this application this morning only. But for Mac, by default, it is enabled. For Windows, if by default it is disabled, that means you will get error. So make sure this header is enabled, everyone. Thanks to whoever has shared this information. So this header has to be enabled. Rest, don't make any changes. I think delimiter is going to be same like the first one. This is a 1 comma. Then quotes is basically the double quotes, and this escape is the single apostrophe, right? And nothing in null. Then press OK. The data will be imported. I mean, I've already imported it. I think it's going to basically make it
Hi,
double. Let
Nazir.
me just hide.
I am doing the same process, like I'm importing it, and when when import is done, like it is showing like a process started in green and process completed in green. But then when I'm doing select extract from orders, it is only giving me the column names and it is not inserting anything in the data.
So I think for you as well, okay, for you as well, you can go ahead and run this again, which is drop table.
I
That means
did.
deleting the table, and then create the table. After creating the table, like the one now, I don't have anything. Like if I just show you, I have deleted because I have imported twice, which I don't want. I have just nothing. I simply have the table structure, and I can go ahead and just refresh it. Refresh it. Now I have the order table. I can just go ahead and import it again. Now I have selected the file locations, which is going to be orders. Okay, and go to options. Don't make any changes here. Make it as a CSV. By default, it should be. Then go to options. Make sure header is selected. I think in Windows, like I mean, everyone is saying it was
Yes, it's
by
the
default. It
same
was
thing I'm doing.
it is selected. Then it is a
Yes,
delimiter
header
is
is
1
selected,
comma
delimiters, yeah,
1
everything.
comma. Quotes is
Yeah.
this 2 comma, and the escape is this. And you don't have to select
Yes,
anything
yes.
null. Just press OK. Now you will see this green. Now you can just go ahead
Yes.
and run it.
I'm
So
not getting it.
just make sure that just go to this table, refresh it. It could be possible that you are importing into a different table. Okay, so first refresh it and see how many tables you have. Okay, try to import it again, and when you see the import successful message, then just give a screenshot so that I'll see that if it was successfully imported into the correct table or not. So just do it again. Okay, so I mean, whoever is having the issues, just do it again. We'll wait for 2 to 3 minutes or maybe 5 minutes, so that once everyone is imported, then we will move to basically the next slides where we will try to explore the data and try to basically solve business problem.
Hi Nazir, I'm still stuck at creating a table. So you think let me leave it for now and then after the class?
What is the issue that you are getting in creating the table?
The point is I'm unable to catch up with listening to you. I'm a little slow, so doing it.
That's okay.
So I just missed out since
so I think
this because I was just listening.
I think you have this database. You have created the database, right?
Yeah.
So after the database, just select the database.
Okay for you to explain by interrupting the class, so if I can ask?
Yeah, that is fine. I mean, I'm trying to basically explain so that everyone concept get clear.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So so once you create the database successfully, then just run this code by just clicking the database, click on this query and run this code. Your table is created. Go to table, right click on it and just import the file.
How do I run? Save it on and run it, or just click on run?
You can, there is two way. You can just select the code and you can click on run, or you see the shortcut, you can use the shortcut.
Okay.
So I think few of I mean might have been successfully installed it and imported, right, by just selecting the header enable. So for last time, let me just show it again. Okay, then we will just start
Nazir,
doing the
is it
basic.
possible that I share my screen?
I think you cannot share your screen. This workshop doesn't allow because it's actually recording. So I don't think you can just maybe share me a screenshot. So I will check what is the issue you're having.
I think I'm doing this right process, like I'm importing it correctly, everything is done and it is says process completed, but it is not inserting in the data.
Are you using this select star from orders?
Yes, I'm using it same.
Okay.
Like I'll share the screenshot.
Okay, so just share how many tables you have. Okay, make sure you only have one table, which is orders.
I only have one table, that is orders.
Yeah, so just share. So let me see if anyone else is having the same. Is it okay? Yes, Pratham, it is okay. You can just go ahead and make sure header is enabled and import, the files. After importing, just run this code, which is say select star from orders. Make sure that when you have created the table, you have not changed any spelling, like the orders has to be orders, right? Using S, all the columns are same. If you still have any issue, just delete the table by this line, which I have already given in the group. Drop table if exist orders, and then run this query to create the table again, then right click on it and import it. Okay, so Karnika, yeah, I see your table has been created. So now let's go ahead and show me how your, just go ahead and import. Okay, then once you see the successful message in green color, so just show me that.
Okay, let me do that as well.
Anyone has any doubt while importing, so please let me know.
The same issue.
Same issue you're getting.
Columns are created, but the data is not inserted.
Okay.
Ajit, can I suggest something just to maintain
sure.
the pace of the forum? So I think so once you discuss the topic, rather than probably having interruptions in the middle, keep 5 to 6 minutes after each topic. So like we created the table, right? And then people can ask, otherwise the pace will keep on getting dropped, And I understand everybody will have different kind of errors. I didn't mean to, be.
No, I understand. Thanks for the suggestions. So yeah, and I think Kanika, you have successfully imported, which is Amazon DB and public.orders. Now you can just go ahead and run the query. Now you should basically print all the rows.
It's not working. It's still just giving me column.
Okay, so if you're still having the same, you can just go ahead and maybe use drop the database, or maybe create a new database and put this code inside the database. Okay,
like I dropped as well. I like created then again, and then after that I imported it multiple times as well, but it is still giving me this only columns.
Okay. I understand. No issue. See, what you can do, like, for that we can discuss, like, at the end. So meantime, you can just attend the class and, see others, like how it's working. So I'll maybe try to do like another meetings where I'll take your screen, okay, and I'll to guide you. So let's just continue. Whoever is having the issues, I'll do one meeting after the class, where I will basically, take your screen or maybe share my screen to show it again. Okay. So let's continue with the class. So now you understand. Yeah.
Since I haven't been able to catch up with your pace, like, can I, after the class, can I practice once you get your recorded session, if I can get it today, and then ask you doubts?
See the recording session, it's already recording, so you will be getting the recording session as well. And if you get any doubts with any concept, so we have the group community where you can put your doubts. So I will be replying, or whoever is who the concept will reply. So this group is going to wait for next 12 months. So if you doubt with any concept, anything, we will be kind of in connect. Whenever I'm free from my works, I will try to basically prioritize those reply. Okay. So don't worry if any concept that is not getting clear. You are still in the group, which is going to wait for next 12 months. So where I will try to basically not, I will say give you a call personally, because I also don't have time, but I'll try to reply with the solutions. Try to basically get to keep going. Okay. So let's go ahead and recording will be provided. Yes.
But today, by end of the day or after the session?
By end of the session, it takes 35 to 40 minutes to basically kind of I'll share it. So this is the this is the kind of code whoever is asking. This is the code how to create a table, how to create a database, which we have done, how to create a table, that was done. Now let's go ahead and see. Congratulations everyone who has finally created the table and imported the table. Okay, and then basically import the table we have done. Now there are some basic syntax which we will basically use now. So the first topic, that is going to be like select statement, which we have already learned. Then we have from. So after the from, you put the table name, which you have already learned. Now there is something called where clause, and there are some aggregators. This sign, like this greater than, less than, equals to, greater than, not equal. This sign is called not equals to, the sign that you see like greater than and less than. So this sign is basically not equals to. So these are the sign which we will combine with where clause. So where is kind of putting some filter, and then we will learn something called order by basically, which we have in Excel, like sorting. Let's say if I give an example of salary, right? Somebody has 1 lakh salary, somebody has 90,000, somebody has 80,000. So if we sort in descending, so the person who has highest salary, that would come on the top, right? Descending by the salary column. So we learn something called limit and in and not exist. Okay, these are the main concept that we will cover. And other than that, we will basically learn some of the basic functions. If you're not familiar with count, sum, average, min, and max, so these are very basic functions. I mean, everyone has used count, sum, average, min, and max in kind of Excel. So it's kind of going to be same. The sign that we have, which is like equals, this equal means equal comparing one value to another value, and this is basically not equals, which basically comparing one value to another value, not equality. And then this is less than, greater than, everyone avoids. So less than equals to, greater than equals to, and this is like to addition, do some addition. We use this plus sign, same as Excel, and this minus sign, same as calculator and Excel. Then this star sign, same as calculator and Excel, I would say, and divisions and modulars. And there are some logic that we will learn, that is and, or, and not. So we will use all these functions practically to solve the business problem. So now this is the problem we have in front of us. Now it says the first question, what is the total revenue generated? Correct. So now we have the data, like whoever has installed, I think most of you have installed and and imported the data. So now if you see the data, which is the first code, so that's going to be like printing, you can say printing all rows, right? You're printing all rows, like selecting everything, I will say. Let's just put some comments so that you remember it. Selecting everything from orders, right? So we're selecting everything from the orders. So by using this, which is select star from orders. Now let's go to next line. Now let's see the question that we have. Okay, a question we have that is going to be excuse me, what is the total revenue generated? Okay, so now let's see the data again. Now in the data you have order ID, order date, customer ID, state. There are so many informations, right? But how you will get the revenue is that there is something we have called sale, like the sale amount, like $16.45, $11. So every customer has paid some money, right? You just have to use a sum function for this column. That's how you will be getting the revenue generated, right? So it is asking the total revenue. Now, if you have the same data in Excel, what you will do, I'll just show you both ways so that you understand. So first question 1, total revenue generated. Okay, so this is the first questions. So let's solve it. So we'll say select. Now we will use the function that I shown you earlier. So that's going to be sum. Okay, so this is the simple function sum. Now inside the sum, what you want to sum? Okay, now in Excel, if you remember, you basically go to the bottom of this column and put this sum and select the range, right? Now we don't have to select the range here. We simply need to put the column name inside this sum functions, inside this basically brackets. So I'll say sum of sale. Okay, so now sum of sale from where? So as I said, it follows the same order of executions. Like after select, you select the column or you select a star for selecting everything. But our objective was to basically get the revenue generated, basically sum of total sale, sum of total sale. So there's a column called sale. Now if I just take a sum in Excel, I'll get the sum. So similarly in this, I'll be doing basically, this is the code. So select sum of sale from orders. So the orders table start as orders, and that's it. I can just go ahead and run it. I have the sum. Now you see it's a big number. There are multiple like kind of decimal point. Just ignore it for now. I'll just tell you how to basically deal with those or remove those. But at the moment, what matters is that you have the total sum, which is 20. I guess, yeah.
I just want to need a small. I mean, what's the shortcut for executing the queries? In MySQL, we have Alt plus Enter. Do we have a shortcut?
To get the shortcut, if you're using Windows or if there is two ways. You select the query. There is a button. There is a play button. You see, if you go to play button, it shows you the shortcut. You can use the shortcut or you can use the button, whatever fits you. Some people prefer button. Some people prefer shortcut like me. So I have selected the code. It has given me this the total sum, which is correct. I'll show you how it is correct. I can just go ahead and whoever has not understood the topic. So let's just go to Excel and let's just go to this table that we have. Now see, this is the data. I'll just make it a little bold so that you can see it better. Now this is the data, right? What we want to see the total revenue. How we can see the total revenue? By doing simple sum into this column, right? So I can just go to the bottom and I can use a function called sum. Okay. Please mute yourself. So I can use the sum from like this. I'm sure everyone knows this functions. Okay. Now it gives me sum, which is going to be like 2296140. Right. Let's just match the value what Excel has done, 2296140. So that means correct. Okay. So this is what we are getting as the revenue, which was our first question that we have solved. Okay. So whoever has done, congratulations. So as revenue. Okay. I'll say revenue. Okay. Now what is this as means? Okay, this is called alias. Okay, I'll just give a comment and tell you like what is this alias. Okay, alias means giving a name. Now this column is not an actual column, right? This function, inside this function we have put a column which is sale, but you see this column name is showing a sum. Now if you just represent this code somebody, he will not understand. Now you have so many things, you can give a alias to this column. So how you give a alias? Basically giving a name to this column or this kind of result. Okay, so instead of this simple sum, you can just give this s. Okay, this s, if you just put s after the functions and put any name and then rerun the query, so it's going to give you a nice name, which is revenue. Now I can give anything like x. Okay, now I can give like you see it's showing as x, so like Amazon revenue. Okay, Amazon revenue. Now I can just go ahead and say Amazon revenue. So you see this showing me the same, but the name is nicely changing to what our question is. Now this is our first question that we have solved. Now if anyone has no, we don't have to do a roundup at the moment. Don't make like other confused. Roundup basically to limit this decimal, right? So at the moment our objective is not that. Okay, the manager is not asking you to okay only show me 2 decimal. So let's just assume that manager simply wants to see each and every possible values. So after this 59 manager want to see. So we are simply doing a sum of this column, which is sale. Now this was our questions 1. Let's go to question number 2. Let's see what we have. Question number 2. How many products do we have? Okay, now this is the questions that is from the product table. So we have not imported the product table. So we will not be able to do that, but there is a way we can still do that. Okay, I'll show you how. So let's just write the questions. So the question says, how many products do we have? So let me just write the questions. How many products do we have? Okay, this is the question. Basically we need to count the total number of products. Now if you see, total number of orders and total number of product would be different, right? Let's say if Amazon does like one day a million orders, which is like 10 lakhs. So it doesn't mean they have 10 lakh product. It could be they only have like 1000 product, but each product is selling like multiple times, right? So in the order table you see like we have like total 9,989 orders. That means 89 sale that took place in that data. Now in the data, if you see the column nicely, like the order ID, order date, customer ID, now state, category, there are so many things. There's something called product ID. Okay, so the product ID 1, product ID 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, 18, 19. So there might be duplicate as well. So let's see how many product ID. Now see, this one is repeating. That means this customer bought the same thing, the one that is bought by the previous customer. Because obviously that's the simple, right? I mean, there could be multiple orders for the same product, right? So what we need, there is a function called distinct. Now how do you select only all the orders and how do you find the count of that, right? So we'll be using a count functions. Now the objective of the question was, this is a question number 2, which is how many products do we have, right? So let's go ahead and write the code for that, solving this. So sometimes it gets this and get this say annoying abort. So just delete that. So we'll say select. So everything that I'm doing, I'm basically using select. So select statement is using basically in every question that I have. Now I can just select the column. So I can just go to next line just to make it like more better in way of debugging and looking. Say. So I want the count. Now there is something called count functions you have, right? Now count, I can, again, whatever functions you define, you need to put the column name inside this brackets. So count of what? I can say count of order ID, I mean product ID, okay? So I can say count of product ID, which is going to be in correct way. This is the count of product ID. I'm just naming it as like total product, okay? From orders table, okay? So now if I run it, okay, let me just show you what it is going to give me. So it's counting all the orders, okay? It's not counting the duplicates because the product ID must, have been repeated, like the same product was sold multiple times. Now it is simply counting 9989, okay? So which is basically counting all the kind of orders. Now if the question was like how many orders we have done, like how many orders we have done, let's say if I just make one more questions, so let's say which we say 3, and how many products or how many orders we have received, okay? Let's just make it received, okay? So this is the this was the questions. I can just put it as like order ID. Give me a second, okay? There is somebody at my door. Let's just give me a second, okay? Hi everyone, sorry for that. So yeah, so now if the question was to how many orders do we have or do we have received, then I can say count of orders as total. Now this is correct because we have 9,989 orders. Now what we want is how many product we have. We know that the product ID is repeated. So let's go to the data in our Excel. Let's see the Excel is open. Now I can see this is the data we have. So in the data, this is the product ID. You can see the same product ID is repeating multiple times. So like you can see, let's go to like some below of the page. So I think my screen is visible, right, to everyone. So we have how many product we have. See, now one is repeating, 180 is repeating, 120 is repeating. So every products are repeating. So there is something called distinct functions in SQL, which we will use to basically solve this problem. So we will say same everything same as from here. Okay, so I'll just say, oops. I will say everything, and instead of order ID, I want to select the product ID. So product ID, and as a total, products. And now I will use something called distinct. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what it happens. Now see, so something has changed. Okay, so now before selecting the product, we are saying distinct product ID. So now it's only showing 1849. So that means we only have 1849 products in our catalog, and the orders that we have, that is total orders. That's going to be total orders. Okay, so that's going to be total orders. The order is basically 9,989. So you kind of got the things, right? So let's go to the next questions that we have. I'm sure no one has any doubt in this.
Sorry to interrupt, but I have a quick doubt. So what do we write, like count of star instead of column ID? We'll get the same.
See, you will be getting the same. Now there is a logic. Even if you put it count as a star, you get the same output. Okay. Now in the distinct, you cannot put as a count as a star because this will give you an error. Okay, but in this one, you can just give it count as a star. So I'll just show you why you will be getting the same outcome. Okay.
Okay.
So this is a nice one. So you see the orders is 9,000. Please mute yourself. So orders 9,989. I have not defined any basically kind of columns. Okay. Now what this count function does basically, if you are not defining any column, if you're selecting everything, it only counts the number of rows. Now if I just go back to Excel, so when I talk about counts, it counts like 1 row, 2 row, 3 row, 4 row. It doesn't count like how many values I have, what values I have. It doesn't matter. It doesn't care about it. It's simply give me a second, there's somebody else in my door. I'm sorry for that. Okay. So yeah. So I was saying so it's a count, basically count the number of rows. Okay. It doesn't consider, even if you're saying all the columns, still it counts like the rows only. Like, see, even if you say 1 column, 2 column, 5 columns, it counts like 1 row, 2 row, like what are the number of rows, it counts that only. Okay. So that's the thing. But when you are saying distinct, now in the distinct, I am selecting a specific column because I only want the product ID that appears like once. If the product ID is appearing like 1, then 1 and 1, basically it's not going to count it twice. So that's the distinct function does. So if I just give you some example, okay, let's say go ahead and select. Okay, so let's see. I don't think we have product name. Yeah, so we have something called states. Okay, so let's go ahead and say select state from orders. Okay, so let's see how many states we have. State means I'm waiting. I just need to wait. Okay, so I'm just selecting the states. State is basically a column that I have in the data. Now if I just run this, I see the state, but I can see like 9,989, right? So basically each states are repeating, so I'm getting every state's kind of name, right? Now only I want to see how many distinct states, like how many states I have that only appears I mean the states, I'm only asking this query to consider it once, so I can use something called distinct here. Distinct. Okay? This is the syntax. So now I can just go ahead and say like run it. So now see, I have like only 29 states. So there are some null value as well. So in some customer, the state is missing. So I am getting something called kind of null. So total distinct states I have, which is 29. Okay. So this was it about the stars. So just give me a minute.
Yeah, Nazir, just extend this. So there is a null values, like when we count with the star, it includes with null values, but when count with the product, especially like a specific column, it excludes the nulls, right?
Yes, correct. So yeah, we'll discuss about the null values later on. So let's just stay on the things that we're learning. So what we have learned so far is count. Thanks. Count, and we have learned distinct to basically select the distinct. Like let's say if I have name like Nazir, okay, then I have Nazir, okay, and I have Pradeep, okay, then I have Pradeep, and I have Pradeep. Okay. Okay. Now what I'm saying, select. Let's say this column name is name. Okay, I'm saying the select the name. So it will select everything, whatever I have, right? If I say distinct, that means select the name that only appears like I mean consider the name only once. Okay, so now it will just select Nazir and Pradeep. Okay. So but for that I need to use this word which is called distinct. Select distinct name from whatever the table. So that's how the distinct works. So that's going to be fine. So now let's go ahead and move it to the next questions which we have. So let's see what we have next questions. So next question says that okay, find out top 5 orders details by sales amount. Okay, so let's just write down the questions. Question 3, find out top 5 orders details by amount or sale amount. So what is this question means? See, sometimes you need to understand first you need to understand the data. Okay, although I'm just because I have done the cleaning and everything, I have basically organized the data in a way so that you can kind of solve this question very easily. So what it says that find out the top 5 orders details by the sale. So let's say there are sale. So we need to basically find the top 5 sale who has the highest amount, like by the amount basically. So we'll say select everything from orders. Okay, now we will use something called order by. Okay, I'll tell you what does it mean. Okay, I'll say order by. Okay, and now we will do a column which is called sale. Let me first print everything from the orders. Okay, so now let me just show you what does. Oops, it's getting slow. Sometimes it does happens. So I'll just for now I'll just copy the code just and relaunch my PgAdmin if it takes like more than 20 seconds. Okay. So I copied the code and I'll just relaunch. the file name that was Amazon orders.sql. So let me just relaunch it. It's going to be that much long time. So I'll just launch it again, PgAdmin 4.
Nazir?
Yeah, sure.
When you write a function like select or count, you are getting like relatable items drop down, right? Like why we are not getting that? Is there any function you should enable?
Okay, so you are getting kind of suggestions, right? Auto completions, you are saying, right?
I'm not getting that suggestions like you. So I need to type
Yeah,
it out
so
every database, every column name properly.
no, there is
feeding
something
it.
called basically auto suggestion from the settings. You can basically enable it. Okay, I mean then it should be working fine. In the preferences you will see. So I'll just go to my file. I already saved it, but I copied it my clipboard. So I'll just check the file again, which was Amazon I think script orders. Okay. Just go ahead and just delete everything, and for now I'll just save it again. Okay, so we were here. Find the top 5 orders detail by the sale. So we say select everything from orders, which we have done. I was not working earlier. Now it should work. Now we have everything, all the columns. Now what we want only is basically top 5 orders by the amount, like the customer who has paid highest, like the basically by the volume, of the sales amount. So we will say order by. So there's something called order by basically to sort the data. Okay, so we'll order by the sale column. So order by the column. So order by is one of the syntax to basically sort the data. We'll order by the column name. Now you have two things. One is you want to assign. I mean one you want to like order it in ascending. On second you want to like order it by descending. So we will order it by descending. If you do not know, descending syntax is DESC. Okay, so just let me just run it, then I'll tell you what ascending and what descending means. So now I have ordered in basically descending. So the bigger amount, the customer who has paid highest, okay, that will come on the top. Now you see the total sales is same because I have not put any filter at the moment. I'm saying just okay, give me those sales who has the highest amount by this line, which is say order by the sale in descending. Okay, yes, correct. Somebody has given the answer. That's great. So this is order by sale descending. Okay, now let's go ahead and say I want to see the smallest amount first. Okay, I can just go ahead and say order by ascending. So ascending syntax is ASC and descending syntax is D, EC. I mean DESC, right? So now I have the smallest amount at the top. This is the 44 cent, right? So I can say DESC I want because I want in descending order. So you need to basically kind of think like as per the questions how you think you can solve it. Now if you have in Excel, you can just go to this column and right click on it and just click on it order by, or you can select the order by in ascending or descending as per your requirement. Now there is something, it asks you to select only 5 products, right? So you can use something called limit. Now what we're saying, we're limiting this result to 5. Now we have got like more than like all the sales. Now the objective was to see only 5 sale based on the higher amount, right? Higher sale amount. Now I can say limit 5. I can just run it again. Now I see I only have total rows which I have selected, that is 5. So this limit means how many rows you want to see. I can say 55. Yeah, I'll say 55. I can say 1 or 2 or 3. So I, whatever you want, as per the questions. So we want to only see the top 5 orders. Then maybe we can give some discount, so that's how it's going to work. Okay. Okay. So that's how it's going to be. So I think this is clear. So this is ascending. I'll just, see the top 5 value by descending, in ascending as well. So in the ascending, we will basically use the same, but we'll put ascending. That's how we will be getting the smallest sales amount. So kind of we have solved both the questions. Even we have selected the sales with the minimum sales amount, right? So this was questions kind of 3. We have also solved one additional kind of business problem. So what this term in descending and what this term in basically ascending. So descending means selecting the bigger first, right? Kind of bigger first. Kind of same. You have the order. So bigger first. Okay, and ascending means selecting. I'm sure everyone is familiar, but I'm just giving the selecting smaller. first. Now, when it comes to basically text, it will ascend. Ascending means like A, B, C, D, and descending is starting from Z. Okay, now we're working with the numbers because the sale column has the numbers. That's the reason it's selecting the bigger as a descending and ascending as basically smaller. Okay, now by default, if I don't define this ascending, okay, this is still going to work because by default SQL consider that when you write order by and write the column name, it consider it ascending automatically. Now if I just run it, I'll get the same result. You can see I can still see the smaller amount because I have not defined anything, but still I'm getting same because automatically it understand, okay, I want ascending orders. So I'll just put it as of now. Okay, so this was questions 3. Let's move to the questions 4. We have okay, so that's the questions 4. Let's see question 4. So yeah, I think yes, everyone has managed to do it. That's great, amazing. So I think, I mean, no one has any doubt with this, right? It's simply the order by what we have learned. Then we have learned the limit functions. Okay. Now, what does the average order value? So this is also kind of very easy. So let's go ahead and see what is the average order value. Okay. So now let's go to our PgAdmin 4, and we'll write the question first. Okay. So I'll just say question number 4. What is the average value of orders, right? Average orders value, you can see however you want to say, that's as per your wording. So now what do we need? Average orders values. Okay, so there is something pre-built functions called avg. Okay, in Excel it's avg, in Excel it is average. Now if I just go to average in Excel, now if I want to find the average orders values, so what does it mean? Let me just first explain. Now this is something called sales. Let's say I have only this kind of 4 or 5 sales. Okay, so I can just go ahead and say select this one. Now let's say I only have 4 sales data. Now I want to see the average of all the sales. How you will do it? Like you will first sum all the cell, then divide by the 4. That's how you find the average. But in Excel there is a function called average, and you just select the cell. So Excel automatically basically divide by the number of cell, like it's 230, right? So in SQL, if I go to in SQL, so in SQL there is a function, pre-built function called avg, which we will use to solve this problem. And we will select, let's say select. Oops. So now we want what is the average value of orders, right? So we will say now we want to only select one cell. We see you cannot do average for category, you cannot do average for subcategory or product ID, right? But you can do average for quantity, average for price, at which the product was sold. So I'll say that I want avg. Now see, this is a function. It's automatically, the color got changed. Now I need to basically put something like the column name, which column you want to take average. Okay. Now I go ahead and say from which table? Orders. Okay, that's it. I don't have to do anything. This is going to tell me the average orders value. Now I can give a nice name like the one I have shown you earlier, which we call it alias. So I would say average order. So if you enter something like wrong, you get something like this, red, because this is not allowed. So you can only use underscore like this sign. Okay, so let's go ahead and say average order value. Basically summing all the orders, dividing that like 9,999. Okay, I mean whatever the orders we have, so we can run it. We see the same values. Okay, so this is our questions 4, which we have solved. I'm sure everyone has done it. So let's move to the question number 5. That says, what is the total sale for Goa? Now this is something exciting, right? Now you want the total sale for one state, Goa. Now let's see the data, like what are the things we have in the data, like the states. Now this is the Indian data. I have created a way that it's kind of like represent India's Indian orders. Okay, so there is no like international states. So these are all the Indian states names, right? You can see like Uttarakhand, then Haryana, Tamil Nadu. So these are the states name. Now why it is saying that, okay, select the total sales for one state, that is called Goa. Now if you are in Excel, I can just make it a little more bigger, maybe 150. Now if you're in Excel, how do you find it? Now I'm sure everyone knows that you can just select all the column, apply something called filter. You can just filter and you can just select by the state, because you only want to filter the data for Goa, right? You want to see only data for Goa. So I can just select Goa. Now only the Goa data are selected. How? Because you are using a condition where you are saying state equals to Goa, right? I mean, you are just putting the filter, but at the end you're saying state equals to Goa. Now you are getting all the details for Goa, and you can just go ahead and sum all this column, right? I mean, all this column using sum functions, right? You have the average like here, and you can change it to sum as well. I'm not sure you can. I think it's not allowed, so I can just use the sum functions somewhere around here, I would say. Oops. Okay, so I can just use the sum functions. So I'm sure everyone knows that. So it's going to be sum of the sale amount and enter. So this is the sum amount, which is somewhere around, I guess, 22 lakhs. So let's go to Excel, SQL, and see how we can solve it, right? So the question was, let's see the question first. What is the total sale for Goa, right? So we want question number 5. What is the total sale for Goa? Okay, so this is the questions. Now see, these are the comments. Okay, so these are not executed. Even if I run it, it print nothing, because SQL is basically considering it is just simple just comment, and so it's not basically executing anything, So let's say we want what is the total sale of Goa. Now you know how to find total sale, right? It's going to be the same, the one we have done earlier, which is kind of this one, I think, the first one. This is the first question, total sale, right? So the total sale, sum of sale, and I'll say sale for Goa, right? This is just a name. I have not defined anything. I will still get total sale only. If I just run it, see, I am still getting, which is like 22, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess 22 or 229 million, not million. I would say 1, 4, 5, 6. So I think 2.2 million. This is the total sales, right? Now this is totals for all. I am not using any filter. Now if you Excel, if you remember, if you are using simple sum, it's summing all the orders. Now it is saying sale for Goa, right? Total sale for Goa. So I need to basically use some filter here. So in SQL, we use filter called where clause. Okay, this is called where. Now where basically kind of same type of filter that you're using by manually going applying filter and selecting Goa. So in SQL, you use where. Now where what? Now you need to put a comma. I mean, put a column name and what basically value you want. So I would say where state. I know the state, what the filter I have applied in Excel, right? I can say state equals to Goa. Okay. Now I can just go ahead and see. You will see that number will change drastically. I think there was a spelling mistake in the Goa. Let me see if I have Excel. So yeah, I think it's just a small, I mean, proper case. So I need to basically write in the same format, because that's where, it comes. So I think now it's working fine. So now I have 79,972.12 cent, right? So this is how the filter works. Now if we want to, combine some other function as well with this where clause, now you can say that, okay, total sale for Goa, and let's say I want to say Goa and let's say Delhi. Okay, I'm not sure if I have any record for Delhi, but assuming that total sale for Goa and Delhi. Okay, now it will basically you need to use it in operator. So we'll, I think, use that as a second questions. Now we'll say total sale for Goa and Delhi. Okay, so now to do that, how to do it, right? So we can use states first condition, and then we can use in operator. Okay, I'll just explain how this in is going to work, and I'll say Goa and then comma Delhi. First, let me see if I have anything called Delhi. Otherwise, I'll change it to some other state. So 77,79972. Yes, it is sensitive when you're working with text. So whatever the format you have the text, you need to put in the same way. Okay. Now, I think let me just see this one for Goa. So I think there is no Delhi state in my data. So I'll just change it to something that I have for more. So I think that's going to be like something, let's say Punjab. Okay. So that's going to be Punjab. So Delhi and Punjab. Okay. So Delhi, Goa and Punjab. Okay. So let's go ahead and run it now. Now see the value has changed from I think 79,000. It has changed to like somewhere around 1,57,000. So now how it is working? Let's say sale for Goa and Punjab. Okay, so now what is it saying is this? Okay, select all the sales and sum all the sales where the state is Goa or Punjab. Okay, now I'm using in operator. This is called a kind of operator. So I'm using in operator. So I'm saying state has to be either Goa or Punjab. That means if it is Goa, consider that. If it is Punjab, consider that. That means both the conditions kind of like it's considering. So if I'll just show it in Excel like how it's going to be. Let's say instead of Goa, now this time I want Goa plus Punjab, right? I can say Punjab, Punjab, Punjab. This is the one, Punjab. Now you see, I have Goa and Punjab. So Goa, all the orders for Goa also selected, all the order for Punjab is also selected. Now if I do a sum, this value might be different, right? I can just go ahead and delete this one. I can just type it again, sum of kind of like this column, which is going to be everything from this. Now see, this value is different. So I think this is 22,000. So it could be possible that contains some duplicate values. Now let's just go ahead and see how many states are selected. So I've selected Goa and Punjab. Okay, so there could be some duplicate values as well, but this is the point you have got it. So now what I'm saying that if any sales that is for Goa, that is also basically considered, and if any sale that is for Punjab, that is also considered. I can revalidate if I want to re-verify it. I can just write the Goa sale. Okay, I mean run the Goa sale and kind of run it, and it says 79,972. So let me just write it a comment. Okay, so 79,972, right? This is the one. Now I can just go ahead and run it again for Punjab to see the sale for Punjab. So PUNJAB Punjab. I'm just remove it and name it as like sale for Punjab. PN. I'm just giving it alias like PN for now. Now see for Punjab we have 77,000, and for Goa we had somewhere around like 79,000, right? So 77K. So at the end, if you just sum, so we will be getting, which is kind of like 15,000. I mean 57,000 kind of the value. So you can got it. So when you're using in, so it is actually selecting both. Even if it is sale from Goa, it is selecting. If it is sale from Punjab, if it is it's still selecting. So that's where we use in functions. Okay. Now this was our question for basically 5. So you can tell me if you have any doubt.
Can you move up? Can you move up? Distinct.
Okay, sure. Okay, so sure. So I think we have so far discussed the basics only. Okay, now we will move to little further. That's going to be like we will use some group by functions. Okay, and so we will be using some more logical operator, which we have so far used. Like we have only used equals, and there is something called count, sum, average, max, which we have already discussed, but we have not used specifically the min and max. Okay, and we have kind of we will use it. So now we will use group by. Okay, so let's see what does group by means. Okay.
Sir,
Rajesh,
I have one
could you
question.
tell me about that in function actually?
Which function?
In function, where state in function that Goa and Punjab combined.
Yes, yeah. So in basically selecting two conditions. Okay, so it has to basically either Goa or either Punjab. Okay, so even if one sale, let's say you are a customer, you bought something from Goa, I am a customer, I bought something from Punjab, and let's say a person is a customer who bought something from Delhi. Now I'm saying select all the sum, all the sale, where the state is either Goa or Punjab. So it is going to sum your sale and my sale because they both are fulfilling these conditions. So when you are defining something inside in, this is the template. I mean, this is the format. You put the text inside again this course, which I have told you earlier as well. So in is basically selecting both. Now, how do we compare it in Excel? So in Excel, if you say in is basically you're also selecting Goa, you're also selecting Punjab, and then you are doing a sum of the sale column. So this is how in works. Okay, so basically you're selecting both. So even if it is from Goa, yeah.
After that, it's showing like total amount for Goa and Punjab. Can't it show like separately? for Goa this much, for Punjab this much. Is there any function for that?
Yes. So that is what we're going to learn. That's called group by. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Okay. Sorry.
okay. So I guess it's done. So no one has any doubt, which is great. So then we will discuss something called group by and applying one more filter, which is called having filter. Okay, and dealing with duplicates we will not deal with today because we will need to learn some advanced functions. So what we have learned so far, all these are basic functions, okay, which are like most of the time which are used. So we're on the group by. So let's understand what does group by means. Okay, so now when you have really large data like this one, which is 9,000 sale, okay, and there are so many states, like 29 states, and I think the categories are like 3 to 4 categories. Okay, now if somebody comes to you, okay, and says, okay, give me the total sales, total amount of sales for each category. Okay, I don't want 3 query, I want only one solutions. Like sale for furniture, this must sell, then a sale for office supply, this must sell, the sale for technology, this must sell. Like whatever the category I have, give me the total sale, which is the total amount of sale and the total count of sale, like how many orders we have done from this category, how many orders we have done from this category, and what is the amount of sale. Okay, so this is the question. Let's say, although we will have the question in the next slide, but I'm just making a question this time. So assuming that that's going to be, let's see the questions. I think the questions we already have. Yeah. State, what is the total sales revenue generated by each state? How many orders were placed by each customer, and what is the average order quantity? Which category has the highest average sale amount per orders? So these are the questions basically we will solve. Okay, so I will first solve the one that I have basically told you, and I'll give you some of the questions as assessment. So let's go ahead and solve it. The first questions. Okay, so I'll show you how group by works first of all. So group by is basically grouping the things together and doing basically sum, count, max, min, all those functions. So same is like I was showing in Excel. Same we have something called pivot. Okay, so let's say just filter out everything. Okay, now we have like everything is selected. Now let's say I only want to see total sale for Goa, right? As I've shown you earlier, you just go to filter, you select the Goa. Basically what you are doing, you are grouping the data for Goa and basically doing a sum or doing a count.
Hello.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Your voice is shuffling very badly. I cannot hear anything actually. It's not only with, like it's only with me or others. I'm not sure.
Is the same? Is the same?
No, I cannot hear anything properly as of
We
now.
can hear you.
No, it's proper.
Yes, that's fine
So
with
I
me
think
as well.
you can just see it happens sometimes. You can just rejoin it if you're using a earphone something. Just reconnect it. Okay, so this going to be fine. Okay, yeah. So I'll just wait for 2 seconds. So yeah. So see, what does mean grouping? Okay, let's understand the basics of grouping. So grouping means, let's say you have the informations. Let's say in this data, you have the information for all the state. Now, if you're using filter, using where condition, you are only able to select one state, and then you can do like total sale, count of sale, right? You can do kind of this type of things. But assuming you want not only one state, you want all the states and their sales. Yeah, we can take a break in, let's say 5 minutes. I think. Yeah, I think we should have take break long break, but we'll take a break in 5 minutes. Okay, after I clear this concept. Okay. So yes, so let's just understand the group by. So group by, please mute yourself. Okay. So I think somebody is making some noise. Okay. So let's see what group by is. Hi everyone, please mute yourself. Let me see who's speaking. Let me just mute. Okay, 1 second. I think everyone is mute now. Okay, that's great. So let's just go ahead and let's go ahead and see group by. Okay, so group by is kind of like grouping the data, okay, and then performing some aggregations. Now if you just group the data, now let's say go to Excel. Now see, if you group one data in Goa, another data in basically Punjab, or another data in XYG. So now once you've done the group by, what is the basically objective? So after grouping by, you see all the data for Goa, but you need something, right? Let's say you want to see the total number of orders, or you want to see the total amount of sales for Goa, right? So basically group by works with the aggregation function. If I just show you, so these are the aggregation function like count, sum, average, min, max. So this function works with group by. So when you are grouping by, you need to define an object, basically aggregation function. So let's just write that a query and understand in better way, I would say. So I wanted group by is the topic. I wanted the question that is going to be. So after this question, we'll just take a break, okay, for 30 minutes. So we'll say total sale by each category. This is the one questions, and the same question I also want total orders by each category. Okay, so this is the questions, right? Now, what I understand by this is that I need to basically group by the category. So for each category, I want to see. I think the voice is again doing some echo. So somebody must have unmuted yourself. So please mute yourself. Yeah, and then you can just say if you want have any doubts. No. So let's just say, let's see the data first, like the column that we have again. So we have call order ID, order date, then customer ID is date category. Okay, so we want to group by the category. So basically group by is basically grouping each category separately. For example, category that is office and supplies, put it to in different sheet. Then category that is going to be like furniture, put it in a different group. So kind of like grouping different sheet, right? Then doing some aggregations like total, doing some sum, doing some count or max, min, so these are the things that comes with group by. So let's go ahead and say we want, see, first you need to understand by which things you want to group by. So now you will say that by each category, right? Total sale by each category. That means we need to group by the category. So I will say category, the spelling is KACATO. Okay, that's correct. So next what we want, let's go to from orders. Okay, now the group by syntax is same, which is group by. Okay, now I just need to use the column name. I want to do group by. So in the same column, I want to group by the category. Okay, now this is going to do a group by. Okay, now the point is that it's simply giving me the category name. So I have 1 category, 2, 3 category. Okay, now for each category you want some objective, right? So you want something to basically see for each group. Now you're grouping the things, which is done perfect. Now for one category, for each category, let's see, you want to see sum. So same sum will appear for that category as a second category and the third category as well. So I will say sum of sale I want, which is my first objective, like sale by each category, right? Which is fine. So I'll say like total sale, and I'll just give it S. Okay, S total sale. Now I'll just keep another column, and I'll just use count. Now I'm sure you are familiar with count and sale both, right? So I'll just use like something called any column name. That's again sale or order ID. That's not to make you confused. And total orders. Okay. Now, if I just run this query, oops, I think it's going again getting slow. So this should basically, give you the output. I'll just put this query in the chat so that I don't miss it. So let me just restart. If it doesn't basically give me, the output, I'll just restart. Okay. So just wait for 2 more seconds. Sometime it happens because I'm running like multiple things. PgAdmin. So let me just relaunch it again. So this is going to be our last topic. Then we will take a break, and then I think we will, we're left with like 1 hour more sessions. Then we'll do like 30 minutes start clearing. So after the group by, we will discuss 1 or 2 more topics only for today. So just to make today like little lighter, and then I'll be giving the practice. So you will be doing all the practice and solving the problems, and then submitting it to like me, or you can keep it to yourself. Then we will continue tomorrow sessions.
Nazir, is the session going to extend beyond 2 o'clock as well?
So the session was scheduled to 10 to 2, but as there is a 30 minutes break, so that means basically it will extend 30 minutes. Okay. Now, if there is any doubt, somebody has any doubt, then I'm actually decided to give 30 minutes extra. That's again optional, but you have to stay till 2:30 because we'll be taking a break because we are like from last 4 hours, I think, or so we are in the sessions. So kind of
Post the break, you'll be explaining new topics or you'll be clearing the doubts?
After the break or after the 2:30.
Okay, after the like 2 to 2:30, you'll be explaining new topics, right?
Yes. Till 2:30, we will be learning the things that we have done, and we'll try to basically solve the problems. So whatever the problem I have solved, like I've kept it as a questions 1, question 2, question 3. So I will be sharing this script with you at the end. Okay, you will be doing the same thing. Okay, whoever has the issues with import and all, I'll fix that. And then after basically you will be solving all those questions, and you will be kind of like saving this script because this is kind of your project. Okay, now you will be putting all these questions in the GitHub, and you will basically publish this project. You will add some more questions because I will be not this basic questions you will put. I'll be giving some more questions as well. So you will solve those questions by yourself only. If you're stuck, I'll help you. And then you will publish those questions in the GitHub and to showcase the people that, okay, this is the project you have done and these are the business challenges you have solved. Whatever we have solved, these are the basics, but there will be some advanced coming in like this one. So yeah, we will keep on learning. So now something happened. Okay, now you see we have something called we have selected the category, which was fine with earlier. Now we are selecting total sum and total orders. Now if you see, for each category we're getting the total sale amount and total orders, right? So which was our questions, I mean objective, right? This is like questions, I would say 6 or question 1 for group by. Okay, so this is how the group by works. So basic, you first select the column, okay, the category column, and then basically you use some aggregation functions, and then you select from the tables and you select group by, which is the syntax, and use the column by which column you want to do a group by. Okay, now if I just show you the same thing in Excel, after that I'll be we'll be taking a break, so I'll just show you how it works. Now in Excel, whoever is basically familiar with Excel, there is something called pivot. Okay, pivot table. So pivot does the same thing. Okay, I can just go ahead and select the sheet. I can maybe go to insert and go to pivot. I mean, I'm sure not everybody maybe aware of this, but don't just think that you have to do it right now. So I'm just basically kind of showing how Excel you can do the same thing. So I'm just selecting category in the group by, and I'm putting in the rows. Oops, I think I need to minimize this. So category I'm putting in the rows, and then I need for each category what I need basically the total orders amount. So I'll just put the order ID. I think okay. So I'll just put order ID. Let's say anything I just put here. Order ID is the first one. I'll just put order ID. Then I'll put okay. So due to some reason it's not basically allowing. So let me see if I put it in the column. Okay, give me a second. I think my Excel got hanged. So that's the reason I think it's not working. Yeah, I think we can just go ahead and do it now again. Okay, it's a CSV file. Maybe I'm getting that. So let's just go ahead and do new again. Okay, this is the last topic. Then we will take a break. And this is also helpful for somebody who want to learn Excel as well. So we have selected the range, which is fine. Then I want in the existing sheet, which I want. I'll just say in the new sheet. Okay, so the new sheet. So now I want order ID in the values. That's fine. I want category. That's going to be in the rows. That's perfect. What I wanted. And now I want sale in the values. Now order ID, I want to change it to count. Okay. So let me show what I have done. Okay. So let me just make it a little big, 150. Okay. So this is called pivot table. Whoever actually knows that. Yes, perfect. So whoever knows that, they knows it, like how it works. So it's the same. You're just grouping the data based on like one conditions, one column, which is this one for the category. Okay, you're grouping the data based on category, and then you are for each category you are basically getting the count of orders, and then you are getting the total amount of sales. How you're getting it? Now what I have done basically in the values column, so there are this dialog box that you get when you click on insert pivot. Now in the rows, I am basically putting the category name so that I can group it by this category. Now for against this category, what are the things I want? I want to see the count of orders. So I have put the orders ID and selected the count by clicking on these functions. And then I have selected the sum of sales. So like the same way I did in the kind of, kind of SQL. So we are getting the same output in SQL. If I show you, I have first selected the category, which is basically main group by column. Then I have used aggregation function, which is sum of sales, to basically see the sum of sales for each category. And then I have used count of order ID to basically count all the orders ID for each category. So it will basically group first category first, then the second category, third category, and for each category it will return all these values in the column. Now kind of this is the column name. If you see, this is the column name, which is category I have selected from the data. Now for against each category I have selected the total sales. Now against this category I have selected the total orders. Now if you think the same thing in the kind of like in the earlier easy query, how you're going to do is that you will first select everything, then you will do a group by one category. I mean where clause by one category name. Let's say you will select where category is furniture, then you will do a sum. I'll just show you. If you want to use group by and you want to use where clause, how can you do it? So let's just go ahead and see where you want to say the kind of what category is, let's say FUR NITURE furniture, and I will just comment out this line for now. Okay, and I say I want a kind of sum. I'll just comment out this one as well. Okay, now I'll just have the same value. Just keep an eye on this value, which is 74. I think 74 7,42,000, right? Which is 7.7 million. I can just run it. I see I'm getting the same values. Okay, but kind of I'm not organized. I'm not getting the way I need. Now the one, this is kind of, you can submit your manager, right? You can submit your manager that for each category, this is the kind of sales, or this is the quantity that is we have received. So when we will learn date functions, month functions, you will see how it's useful. Like now this is the sale of total sale. Now we can use one more filter to basically select the sale for last year for the same category, and one filter to select the sale for this year. Then you can submit to your manager and say that, sir, last year we have in furniture category we have this much sale, this much orders, and this is the this year sale. That means the current year sale is dropping. Or you can compare it with the last month, current month. So I mean, so many other things we will learn when we will learn date functions. So at the moment we're just learning the basics. Okay, so date is like kind of like using one more functions where you are filtering the data. Before data goes into this group by, you're just filtering out the date. So you're only selecting the data for the last year, so last month, last day. So that's it. This was about the group by. If you have any doubt, we have like let's say 2 or 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Then we will take a break of, let's say, 25 minutes, okay, or maybe 30 minutes. I mean, you can maybe let me know in the comments. So anyone has any doubt, please unmute yourself and let me know. Thanks.
Are you gonna post the video today?
I'm sorry?
Are you gonna post the recording video today?
Yes, yeah. I'll be sharing the recording, as soon as the session get I would say finished. And yes, you'll have the recording as well also. And I hope you have joined the group that we have. So in the group, we will discuss each and every topic. Like if anyone has any doubts, so we'll try to basically solve each other. See, the main objective of this, 3 days session is not to basically teach you everything in 3 days. Or my main objective was to basically kind of, make a community and not again charging you like multiple times. I know. So that's not my main objective. My objective was to see somebody. There are so many people are selling courses online, right? You buy courses and they just give you a recording sessions or maybe live sessions, and then you learn something, you don't learn something, and you basically get disappear, right? And they get disappear. But for this our session, our main objective was to basically kind of create a community. I share my learning, and there are so many other people. We have software engineer, product manager, we have people from every country. So in the community, if somebody has some doubt, we will try to solve it by each other. Like I'll reply whenever I'm free, because I work full time. So I'm sure a lot of people are working full time. That's the reason I'm doing weekend. So I will try to reply. I will try to clear the doubt. So this group is going to valid for 1 year. We'll try to extend in the future, but at the moment I'm thinking to keep it for 1 year. So if you're having some doubt, we will try to solve each other. If you are doing any projects, you need some help, if there's any reference you have in your company, so you will be sharing with the group so that somebody can take benefits of it. So it's kind of helping others and building kind of create community and to basically grow each other, and final objective is like maybe landing a dream job, right? So or maybe keep on learning. So not only SQL, we might discuss some Excel topic, some Python or some Power BI Tableau. So there will be so many things that is going to be. So I'll be sharing my insight and my learning that I do, and the projects. And at the end of like last day, I'll also share you like how to build a portfolio, how to basically approach people for job. So many other things we will discuss. And after this session as well, the community will be still active. So that's going to be the learning, objective. Okay. If anyone has any doubts, so please let me know. We still have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome. So yes, recording will be shared.
Yes, recording will be shared. Yes, recording will be shared. Yes, recording will be shared. Yes, recording will be shared.
Nazir, can you please tell me about GitHub?
Please mute yourself. I think there are some issues. Yeah, so GitHub is basically kind of a kind of just like same as with Google Drive. Okay, in the Google Drive, how it is popular, you store your files, data, and whenever you need it, right, you can share with somebody, or you can basically kind of see your files. But GitHub is something like public. Okay, now the code that we have written, right? So the code that we have written, so I can publish it in the GitHub, so that tomorrow if somebody say this is something professional, why I'm doing this code, like why you are doing this code and learning these things, at the end to showcase somebody that you have these skills that they are looking for, right? So basically you need to showcase it. If you store this code in Google Drive, the recruiter is not going to basically get access to Google Drive, giving permission. There are so many things, right? But you need something publicly so that anyone can access it by going to your profile or by just clicking into link and see your projects. So GitHub is more of like hosting your code, okay, and viewing your code as well. So like I'll show my GitHub. Okay, so this is the GitHub. This is a free, you don't have to pay anything. You can freely sign up with GitHub and start doing your projects, hosting your projects. So whatever I do on the daily basis, now if I'm doing some projects, if it is not obviously not my company things, the personal things, I post in the GitHub. So this is my GitHub profile. If you see how many, like the green days, so I have basically posted something in the GitHub. So this is my repository, which has all the projects that I have done. Kind of this is, Amazon sales, Myntra sales, Power BI, HR, so many other projects that I have done. Like you just click one of the Excel projects. So this was, I think, my one of the Excel projects. So you will be I'll be showing a quick tips at the end, like how to basically kind of do this or host your projects. So these are the product. You can put some nice picture as well. I might have in the credit card codes, so you will be able to kind of do it. Okay, I think that's it going to be for now. So we will join at like it's 1:45. So let's take a 30 minutes break. Okay, so let's join by like 2:15. Okay. Yeah.
We did that group by category, right? The same way we can do it for state also, right?
Yes, correct. So that's perfect questions. You can do it for anything.
Just
you can do it
for the category.
It has to be just categorical. Yeah. If I talk about by what thing you can do a group, so you can do group by anything. You can do group by the amount as well also. But there are so many different types of amount. So you will be getting again so many other orders. So it makes no sense. So whatever the categorical column you have, see, let's forget about the category now. Let's go to the data. Okay, so this is the last thing I'm going to show, then we'll take a break. So let's go to data. Now there are so many things that we have. One is order ID. By doing a group by the order ID makes no sense because there will be 10,000 records, right? But you can do a group by the state because there is only 29 states. For each state, you can filter in Excel and you can see the total sales count of orders, right? You can do group by all the category type columns. So state is a category type columns. This category itself is a category type columns. This subcategory is also category type columns. And then you can group also by the product. So the product ID, because we only have 1,800 products. So we can see each product and their sales, which we will check in the next. So you can do all the category columns that we have to basically see the outcome. Now you just define what you want to see based on that particular category. So yeah, let's see it at 220. Okay. Or maybe
Group by is used for only category column.
Yes, categorical column. Yes. Okay.
Not numerical.
Not numerical. With the group by, you can define the objective as a numerical, like I define this, which is sales and count. For this category, I want to see the total sales, total count. Okay. So yeah, I think bye everyone. We'll join you at 2:15 to 2:20. Okay. The meeting will be live only. Okay. All right. See you.
I know.
Nazi, you're on mute, I guess. I'm not able to hear you.
Okay. Give me a second. I'll just reconnect.
No, now it's audible. Now I'm able to hear you. Yeah, now it's good. No, we can't hear you.
Okay. Yeah, just give me a minute.
Yeah, now it's audible.
Hi, now it's fine.
Yes, it's fine.
Yes, Nazi, we can hear you.
So it was like a really quick one. So we'll start at like 2:20. So I think it was very short time to basically have lunch or I mean whatever you're having. So we'll just a few more minutes, I would say.
Naji, meanwhile, I have a doubt.
Sure.
Regarding that last query about that furniture, could you explain me that, like how to execute that?
Sure. So that was like a group by. Okay. So for example, you have a data like sales data based on some category. Like one category is furniture. Now, if you want to see the sales only for furniture, how you will do it? Like you will first filter the data for furniture, then you will do a sum, right? If you want to see the sum, if you want to see the count, you will use the count functions, right? So that's how it's going to work. Like when you want only for one category, you can use the where conditions. But if you want basically for kind of like all the category and their total sum, then you can use group by.
నేను క్లాస్ అయిపోయినాక కాల్ చేస్తాను.
So for this statement, we don't that you have given the comment line in between, right? That is just for telling us, right? It's not part of the statement.
ఇప్పుడు ఏం చేసినానండి?
Couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I'm saying that the comment line basically is ignored by the SQL. Okay, so that's just to show you for me to remember kind of the code. So it's not basically executed by SQL.
Okay. Like once the class start, could you show me like could you execute that function again?
You're again on mute, I guess.
Yeah, let me just share my screen. I see many hands. So I mean, just want to know if anyone has doubts. Guys, please mute yourself if you're not speaking. So So this, I think you were talking about this, right?
Yes, no, sir.
Okay. So see, even if I delete it, okay, if I delete it and this, so basically SQL is not considered, it's not reading it. When SQL see this two comment line, the SQL doesn't read the whole line, and for this as well, the SQL doesn't read. So basically, it's going to be like I just select it from here to here. Okay, so I can just go ahead and delete this one, delete this one, and delete this one. So kind of SQL is reading in this way, okay, and it's going to give me that kind of outcome. Okay. So I think we can start. Can just give me a minute.
We can do that furniture thing with that count order ID also, right?
Yes, yeah, of course. You can just do the count as well. Now, if you want to see the count of furniture that was sold in the furniture category.
The sum and count same in a same query.
Yes, not in the same query, but another column. See, you can go ahead and create another column. Now this time I want sum of sale as total sale. Right now, earlier on I can just give it total orders. So the thing is that, see, this is creating one column, which is this one. Now in the same column, you cannot show something else, right? If you want something else, you need to create another column by just giving a comma. So comma means another column. The column name is total sale. I can just go ahead and run it. I have the kind of, total orders, total sales.
Yeah, it's clear.
So let's see if everyone is back so that we can start. Let me see how many of you are here. So just raise your hand if you were back.
Nazir, actually,
Yeah.
I have a question. When you get the output, there is a sum after the decimal. There has the multiple values. I just want to only two values. So mostly I know that we use the round, but in the Postgres we don't use the round function actually.
See, there is two way. Okay, you can use the round function as well, like this one.
But when I'm using the round function, that the decimal value has been wiped out. Yeah, you can say not coming actually.
Round two. Okay, so yeah, we can use something else. Then in this case, sometimes it allows, sometimes it doesn't allow. So that's going to be fine. You can just convert it. Okay, I'll just show you later on. Okay, what are the other things you can basically kind of do to basically select it. Okay, so we can go ahead and ignore it for now. But sometimes it allows. I have used it as well. So let's say if I see select sales, maybe because of the aggregation, it's not basically allowing. So I can just round up. So let's say the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dot 12 and down by let's say 2. Let's say this. See, it's working right now. It could be because of the aggregation functions. It's not allowing. Now I have given a number and I'm saying that round this number by 2. So I'm getting 2. If I say 3, I'll be getting it 3.
Yeah, but in case I need only on the query in aggregate function, then how can we do that? Is there an alternative way?
Yeah, there are some alternative way called numbering. So we will, I think, learn that is going to be tomorrow when we will learn more about like dealing with the numbers and strings and all other things. So we will learn it. So I'll clear it. Don't worry.
Okay, I got it.
So we can just start now. So I think everyone, everyone was able to kind of like import the files, right? So I think everyone has imported the files. Now we will import some more files and create some more folders. Or tables. Okay, so let me just share my screen. So I'll just delete it for now. So this was the questions that we have. Guys, please mute yourself. Request. Let me just mute from my end. Okay, so that's fine. So it's a request, everyone, please mute yourself. You are not kind of like, talking. So I was on this column. So these are the questions that we have. Okay, so you will be solving these questions and kind of like, this kind of going to be like your day and task. Okay, I will just show you one or two how to basically kind of solve it. So let's just solve, let's say the one which is 5. Okay, so let's say I solve this question, which is 5.1. I'll just go to PostgreSQL and write the questions number, which is going to be.
Nazir, are you
So,
sharing a file, a different file?
Yes, after just solving one or two questions, I'll share a different file because we'll also learn joins today. Okay, so to joins, like we will need to have like 2 or 3 at least tables. Okay, so now I'll show something which is called multi-line, comments in SQL. Okay, so what is multi-line comments? Is basically you put a oblique sign and you put a star. Okay, so from here, your basically line of kind of comment start. Now, even if I type something like here, still it is comment. So till the time I don't close it, SQL is going to consider this whole block as a comment. So this is used for multi-line comments. To close this multi-line comments, you just use the opposite of this, right? So this is called multi-line comments. To add basically multi-lines, even if I remove it, still it is a comment. Okay, so this is question number 5, I think, that we will be solving. I'll just make it little smaller. Let's just make it smaller. I guess everyone has joined. So let's focus on this topic at the moment. Okay, so then we can basically kind of solve each other or try to help each other. Okay, so let's see the questions. How many orders were placed by sellers who had an average sale amount greater than, I think this is going to be like part of subquery. So not this one we will solve. We will solve something else. Which category has the highest average sale? Maybe that's going to be also a little tough for you. So how many orders were placed by each customers and what was their average order quantity? Okay, this is one we will solve at the moment. Let's just go ahead and make it simple. So that's going to be questions 1. How many orders were placed by each customer and what is their average order value, right? So you kind of order quantity. So this is basically asking the average quantity and how many orders they have basically placed. So this is kind of one question. So we can solve these questions. So let's see how we can solve it. So this is could be like, coming in interview as well. I've seen like this type of questions comes in to the interview as well. So let's first print the table that we have, select everything from orders, right? So talking about the timing, it's already 2:30. So the class is going to extend like till 3 because of like it was the first day. So I really apologize for that. And then after 3, I'll sit for another like 15 to 20 minutes to clear doubts, or if anyone has any issues with anything, so we will clear the doubt. But after basically 3, I mean everyone is free to go. Okay. So we'll just explain like 1 or 2 more topic for under 30 minutes. I'll just solve 1 or 2 questions. Then we will move to the basically the second topic of the day, which is going to be joins. Okay. So let's just go ahead and kind of like see the table that we have. So this is the table that we have. Now it is asking how many orders were placed by each customer and what is their average order quantity. Now let's find out like what we need, right? So this is kind of, you can say interview question. This can be interview questions. So I want to see total orders by each customer. You can see, right? So total orders. So I'm just breaking down what I need, total orders by each customer. Then I will see like which approach I should follow. So I say I need total orders by each customer. This is the first thing. And then I think, and what is their average quantity? So I can just sum all the quantity, then do basically divide by the number of quantity, right? Number of orders. Like it says that average quantity quantity. So how do you find average quantity? Let's assume that you are a customer. Okay, you bought a product to let's say a 2 quantity, then another product you bought, let's say kind of 4 quantity, 3 quantity, another product you bought 1 quantity, and another product you bought like 3 quantity. Okay, so now if I talk about the orders that you have placed, so 1 order, 2 order, 3 order, 4 order. So total order that you have placed, that is 4. So we need to find total order for by each customer. That means what we need, the number of orders. How you will be finding the numbers order? You can simply use count of this, right? Count of 1, 2, 3, 4. This will tell you total orders. Now you will name it as like total orders, right? Now, how do you find the average quantity? So to find the average quantity, you can simply go ahead and use average functions, right? Average of everything. If we do average functions, this will return the average quantity. Okay, so this is what we need. Like we need the total orders. Total orders. How do we find the total orders? Total count of orders. You simply find count. Then you basically count all the orders 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. And to find the average quantity, you use the average functions and basically find the average of all the quantity. So how is the average going to be? Like 3, 3, 6. 6 plus 2 is 8. 8 plus 1 is a 9. 9 by 4 somewhere is going to be like I would say 2.1 something, right? 2.3. So that's going to be right. So now coming back to the question, it says how many orders placed by each customer. Now you see, when you say by each customer, that means we want to see these two details by each customer. That means we need to do a group by customer to basically get the details. So we say group by customer, because see, now if you remember the earlier we have learned something. We wanted to see by each category, we wanted to see sum of total sales and count of orders. Now instead of category, we're using customer. So by each customer, we want to see the total orders first, then we want to see the average quantity. Okay, so now let's go ahead and see how we can write it. Now we need something called we have something called customer ID in our table. Now if you see how many customer we have, let's just go ahead and find the total number of customer that we have. We can use count of customer ID. Now if I just go ahead and run it, okay, I just go ahead and run it. Okay, so I can just run it. Now this will tell me 10,000 or 9,000, whatever the times that we have. Let me just wait for a few seconds. I think I might need to relaunch it. So this is kind of annoying. Sometimes it happens. So I'll just relaunch the PostgreSQL. I don't want to waste time. PgAdmin. I hope still you can see my screen, right? So we will relaunch it. Yeah, that's correct. All the files I have shared the Google Drive, so it has all the files. So I can just go ahead and pin it if I can see it and just check. Okay, so let me just reload my kind of same script which I have. Now I can just open my script, which is going to be orders. I'm working on this script, and then I will basically go to after the break, right, from here. Now what I'm saying, I'm basically counting the total customers. Like I want to see how many customers do we have. So now this is telling me 10,000, which is incorrect, right? Because the mistake that I have done here, I didn't define as a distinct. Now because it is counting every basically rows, which I don't want. I want distinct customers. Like what are the customers that only basically, I want to consider each customer only once. So I can go ahead and run. So the total customer that I have in my data, that is 137. Okay. Now basically for this 137, I want to see for each customers their total basically orders, like how many orders they have done in their lifetime as per the data, and what is their average quantity. So basically so I'll try to kind of estimate like how much quantity they order in each order. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Now we know the customers. Okay, so we can just go ahead and say that you can say select. Okay, now we want customer ID. We know this column. If you do not remember the column name, you can just still go ahead and this order table and you can go to column. Now there is something called customer ID. This one, you can see we have a customer ID column. So we want customer ID. Now for this customer ID, what exactly do you want, right? I want kind of sum of, not sum, I want total orders, right? Now my objective was like find total orders by this customer. So I would say count. How to find the total orders? Count of, let's say, order ID. I can select any column here. I'll select and I'll name it as like total orders. Okay. So now let's go to next line of code. Now we want average. Let's first just do this only. Okay. From orders. Now see, you want customer ID, and based on each customer, you want basically kind of total orders. Now if you just run it, you might get an error because see the customer ID, there are so many different customers. So you need to basically do a group by. It says that the column, this column must appear in group by because this is a category column. And now based on this customer only, you want this, right? So we need to basically do a group by this column. So we say group by this column. Now I can just go ahead and run it. Now see, I have the things that I need. I would request everyone at the moment just to focus on the content. I mean, the topics. Then after that, after 3, like you can basically share with the, others. I think some people are still thinking that it has not started. Let me just write a, notes. Session has started. Please join. Okay. So let's go ahead and see. Now we have got customer ID and we have got the count of orders. This is a simple, function. So far I have not used any complicated things, and I have simply grouped it by based on the customer ID. So for each customer ID, I have the total orders they have placed so far, right? So this is the number of orders they have placed. Now what I want is basically this, which is average quantity. So now how do we find the average quantity for that customers? Okay, so I can say go ahead and use average function of quantity. Quantity, I think the column name is quantity. Let me say quantity. Okay, so it's going to be quantity, and I'll say name is average quantity, right? So if I just go ahead and run it, I should have it, but I think there was a spelling mistake.
No,
okay,
comma,
I forgot a comma. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's correct. I didn't give the comma. So now see, I have the kind of quantity they have placed, average quantity, because again we are taking an average of the quantity. That's the reason we are getting kind of like this kind of so many placeholder after the decimal. Okay, so that's going to be for these questions. So what I have done, I've simply basically first understood the questions, like what it is asking. It says how many orders were placed by each customer. So kind of I understood that by each customer, that means for each customer I need to see the total orders, right? I have given an example to understand this better, like which I said that you place 1 orders, 2 order, 3 order, 4 order. In every orders you have different quantity. So the total order is going to be like simple count, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and the average is going to be like average of all the quantity. So that's how we have kind of like solved this problem. Okay. So that's going to be, now let's just move to some more topic. It's going to be, we will learn. So there are so many things you can do using group by. Not only just this, you can, there are so many, I mean, data has so many things that you can do explore, from orders. So just print all the comma that we have. So we can do group by the kind of like state. We can do group by the subcategory category. Okay. Now we can do group by the quantities. Now see, there is something I wanted to show you. Okay. So now in this question, let's run it again. Okay. Now in this questions, I have like, let's say the total orders and the average quantity. I'll just comment it out. Let's say I don't want at the moment. Let me just make a new code for this. Okay. So now I just need, so we'll talk about having condition, having clause. Okay, so having clause, this is one of the favorite interview questions. Again, I'll tell you how. So now see, I have the data. Let's say I don't want the average, I only want the quantity. Okay. Now this is kind of returning me all the customers and the total orders they have so far placed with the company, with Amazon, right? Now you only want to see customer who have kind of placed orders more than 100. Okay, and you want to give some bonus. Now this is the questions. Let's just make the questions again. Find the customers name, customer ID, or find the customers who has done more than 100 orders. Return what you want to return, customer ID and total orders. Okay, so I'll just comment it. Now we say find the customers who has done more than 100 orders, return the customer ID and the total order. So this kind of query is fine. This is working perfectly fine. Now we want to only see those customers who has done more than 100 orders. We see some customer, but we cannot submit this, right? So how do we do it? Now we cannot use a where conditions here, because if you use where, how you're going to define that where order is greater than 100? Because this column, this is not a physical column like this count, this column which is total orders. This is not a physical column. This is a kind of like you have created just inside the query. So you cannot use where conditions to define that the kind of like, you know, orders greater than 100, like orders greater than 100. Greater than 100.
So can
You
we
cannot
update
define
the
it.
total orders column and then we can run
No.
another query using where clause?
No, you cannot solve it using where clause. Where is basically, see, where is used after the from and before this group by. Now, if you filter this before the group by, that means only you're just filtering the data before it is proceeding to group by, and without doing a group by, you're not getting this total orders. You're getting the total orders at this stage where you have basically kind of used group by. Now here there is one more kind of filter which we call having. So there is two type of filter in SQL we have. One is where, which is used right after the basically from, and the having is used after the group by. Now let's say I'll just comment it now for now. Now we will say we want having, and we will use this column. Okay, and having count of this column greater than 100. Okay, so now we are using this kind of operator sign. So now we are saying, I'll just run the query and let you show you what having. Okay, I just close it here. I don't have to close that query. Now I can just go ahead and run it. Okay, so now what I'm saying, okay, let's understand one by one. I've just deleted it. Okay, so just don't consider it. I'm saying select the customer ID, select the count of orders, and do the group by. Obviously, by doing group by only, I will be getting the count of orders. That's fine. Now till here it is perfectly fine. I was getting the same result as I have shown you, where there was like 100 of customers. Okay, so now what I'm saying, select only those customers who has done greater than 100 orders. Now to do that, I am basically using this having function. That means additional to this group by, I'm giving one more conditions, having. So that's the reason this is the reason the word name is having, is basically after doing all this thing, we're getting one more filter, which is having count of orders that's greater than 100. So when you will have this kind of scenario where you will use a group by, that's where you will have to use having basically conditions. So basically group by goes with having. You can use having here. Now if you use a where here, I can show you the same thing. Okay, but you will see it will not work. I'll first comment this out. Now I will just, instead of, let's say yeah, so I'll just go one line instead of this having. Let's see if I just type where, here, and if I just run it like till here, okay, you will see it will give me an error. See where count orders, what is it saying? Additional functions are not allowed. Yeah,
it is because the resulting existing already table doesn't have that column which is
yes, that's what, correct. That's what I was trying to basically explain. Now
because
the thing
after
is that
grouping, we are creating that column. So
creating
after
this column,
we are able to apply that.
Yes. So the thing is that after doing the grouping, only this column is basically getting created, and this content are getting generated. Okay, the content are basically the values which is inside this column. Now if you choose, now imagine you are in Excel. Once this is done, then only you can apply filter here, right? Now till the time you have not created this column, you cannot apply filter here and say that greater than 100, right? You cannot do it. So having is used basically after the group by. Now most of the interview, even I mean, including me as well, also I still get the same questions. I have given multiple interviews. In some interview, they will ask you like, what is the difference between where and what is the difference where and having, and where you use where and where you use having. So those time you will have to tell that, okay, where is basically used before group by to filter the data, okay, and the having is used after the group by to basically apply additional kind of layer of filter. Okay, now let's say assuming that you have the same data. Now although we have not discussed about date function, which I will we will discuss tomorrow. Now assume that we have the same data, and we want to only see all the customers and their orders for the last year. Okay, now what you want is basically to you want to filter out the data only for last year. Now that's where you will use where you will use like where kind of like, and you will put last year here. I mean, I'll not give you the syntax, but you will give your last year syntax here, and I would say last year, right? Then what will happen before data goes to group by, it will filter out the data for last year. Now only based on the last year we will see customer ID and their orders. So that's where you are using where as well also, and group by also. Just to show you, let me just show you how this looks like. If I just, but although we'll discuss the topic tomorrow, so don't get confused. And this is the last topic for today. We'll discuss, then we will create the table. Oops. The mistake. So select from orders, right? I need to stop it. So select everything from orders. Now we have everything from orders. Now what I want is basically, see, we have the data, right? We have the data for 2022, 2020, 23, 2021. So now let's say we want to see this record. Now we are fine with this, like customers with the order with the kind of, I'll just comment it now for now. So we're fine with this. We're saying customers and their total orders who are greater than 100. Now let's say we want to see for last year customers and their orders where basically order is, let's say, less than 50. I'm not sure they have 100. So let's just assume at 50, greater than 50. But we want to see all these things only for last year. Now the time what we are getting is basically for whole data. It could be like 5 years, 10 years, that depending on the range of data that we have. So we can just go ahead and say that we have a column called dates, which is called order date. We can just filter it by the order date, and we can say where. So I'll just use the simple one here with order date between. Okay, I'll say starting date, which is going to be 2021. So I want to see, let's say for 2021, okay, 2021. So basically I'm saying 2021 January, 1st January, and let's say 2021 well December 31st, right? December 31st. Now what I'm saying, select the data only for this, like starting from 1st January 2021, ending at 2021 December 31st, right? So now if I just run it, I'll be getting the kind of same results, but this time it is going to basically filter out the data only for the year, which is 2021. I think this is going to basically take some time, because I'll just relaunch it if this doesn't work. Might need to update the PgAdmin for software, because I think I'm using not the latest one. So that's the reason it's basically getting delayed. So let me just copy everything. I'll just relaunch it again. PgAdmin. Okay, just give me a minute. Sorry for that. So yeah, so whoever has not download all the files that I've given, so please download all the files, because we will be creating more tables. I'll be giving you the syntax, like there will be total 5 tables. We'll be creating 5 tables, and we will be importing data to all those 5 tables. Okay, so that's going to be our last agenda. Then I'll be basically clearing doubt if anyone has with importing or something like that, and I'll be giving syntax for those. Yeah.
Like what we have used in the where condition, can we consider it as a first level of filtering, because the data that is already existing in the table. So basically we are filtering that in the first level, and the data that is additionally we want to do it, it is like using having is a second level of filtering, right?
Yes, correct. That's correct. So whatever we have, that's kind of first filter, because see, let's go to let's show you now. See, data before going to group by, we're just filtering the data. So we're basically throwing out if anything else which is not between this date to this date. So we're just filtering out this, and then we're doing a group by. Now, if I just run it, there is a mistake. Customer ID does not exist. So let's see. Customer ID does not exist. Column customer ID does not exist. Line 3. Okay, let's just see. There seems to be some mistake. Customer ID group by customer ID. For now, let me just delete it. Just make it a little simple. So I don't want that's having now at the moment, and I want group by. I'll just say customer ID, comma, and I'll say from customer ID.
Let's make it less than 50. Then I think it would work.
No. That is I think mistake with the spelling. So I'll just check again. Select. Okay. I'll just write it again. Select from orders. Let's see if the table exists or not. I'm on the right database. That's correct. So I'll just save it for now. Now I want was this column, which is customer ID. That's correct. I can go ahead and say that customer ID I want. Customer ID. And then I want basically what count of total orders. Count of total orders. Then I want this where in group by. Okay. So let's just go ahead and run it now. Okay, so now I have it, right? Now see the difference. Okay, now if I just comment this out, now if I just comment this out, you see the customer that is 1428. Okay, let's just comment it out and let's just do order by. Okay, order by this column in descending order. So basically the customer who has done maximum orders that appear on the top. Okay, so now order by comes after the group by. Okay, so now just go ahead and run it. Now I'm checking for the total order does not exist. Order by this. Okay, so let's see. Total orders does not exist. Let me just see.
Does there need to be a semicolon there?
No, that should work fine. That's fine. So what I'm saying, okay, let's say now we are selecting the orders, the customers with the highest number of order on the top. Let's say this one, this 157, 153, 145, 142, 137, and so many other things, right? Now what we're saying is that kind of like, add a filter to select this data for last year. Now you see the customer number, which is 106, right? That has 157 orders. So let's see how much this customer, kind of transact in the year of 2021 by applying this filter. So I'll just apply this filter right now and I can go ahead and see. Now see, this customer has placed only 39 orders for this 2021. Kind of this customer has placed the higher one. So this is where the filter comes, the where filter, then the group by the customer, and then order by just to basically, assign in ascending or descending. I can just say the customer with a smaller value that appear on the top. So that's going to be fine. Okay, so that's going to be, for now. Now we will basically kind of create other tables that we have. Okay, so that's going to be create customers table. Then we will create like returns table. Then rather than I think we have something called seller table, sellers table. So these are the create customers returns, and there is one more table I have, that's products. Okay, so these are the 4 tables we will create. Okay, so although I'm going to basically give you the code to create this table, and I'm going to guide you to import the data into those tables, but the task is going to be like after the class, you can try to create by your own by looking the data. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this for now. So save this query here. And let's first create the table of which is says products. Okay, so the syntax is going to be same. Create table. If you remember, will products. Now if I just refresh, okay, my database, you will see there is no such table called products. I only have one table. Okay, I only have one table which is called orders. This one, orders. Now I'm inside this Amazon DB, so that means I'm inside this kind of data which is Amazon DB. Okay, so now I want to create a table called products. Okay, now when you create a table, you basically kind of give this brackets. Inside the brackets, you put the column name and their data types. This is the syntax, right? So I'm just giving some space just to make look it like better and readable. So I follow this pattern. So let's just go to our data and see what we have in the kind of products table. Okay, so this is the data products. So I'm just opening using text editor, and I'm also not making any changes in the kind of the product. So these are the column that we have: product ID, product name, price, and COGS, which is cost of goods. So if I just want to see the Excel file, I can still go ahead and open it like this one, which is products. I hope everyone has downloaded this, all the data, right? If you have not downloaded it, so please make sure go ahead and download the data. If you want a link for me to share the link, I can go ahead and share the link again. I think I already have it on this screen, this one. So check the teams. I'm just sharing it again for you to download it. Okay, 1 second. So I have given a link, download. Okay, so just download all the files. We have not downloaded it. So let's go ahead and see like what are the things we have in the products table. Then we will create the table. Okay, now this is kind of like CSV file I have opened. I will use the Excel to basically just kind of see. You don't have to do it, because just to ensure that the data types doesn't get changes. Okay, so I'll just make it like a little bigger. So we have only few columns. Access issued. There shouldn't be any access issued. I have opened it in okay. Asking for access. One second, give me a second. I'll just give you the link again. Then I have given the normal link. I'll just give you the link. Give me a second. I'll say share. Okay, I'll say anyone with the link which is correct, copy the link. Okay, so now I should use this one. Just give me. Okay, use this one. Okay, so whoever is having issues in accessing, so use this one. I'll just delete the previous one. Okay, so let's go back to like the task that we were. So we were on the text editor. Give me a second. I'll just open my Excel. I'll just close it for now. Close it for now. So we'll go to this file, that's desktop, and that's going to be in my Amazon DB, not Amazon DB. That's going to be SQL Workshop projects, not a script, on the CSV file. And so I want to see kind of the projects, the products and their columns. Okay, so I have the Excel open. So first column that I have, which is product ID. So that's the data type is going to be like text, wildcard, because you can see. The second that we have, which is product name. The data type is going to be like text, and then price is going to be float, and COGS is going to be float. So if somebody doesn't know COGS is basically cost of goods. Like it's selling at this $8. The purchasing price was like 5.45, or making the good price was like this. So if they sell it this, they are making some profit, right? So this is what COGS of good. So let me just copy this kind of like name, and let's just go to our kind of PgAdmin 4. So we'll create this table now. Okay, I can just organize it, and I'll give you the codes, don't worry. So let's go ahead and just make it small letter, product ID, and I want its wildcard. Okay, so I would say 25, which is already too much, and I can just give a comma here. Let's go to second line, the name as well as a product name. Now the product name is basically a little longer, because some product may have like really long name. So I'll just give it limit of 255. So that means if the text is under 255, that's going to be fine. Now price I know is float, so I'll use the same float for COGS. Okay, so I'll just use float. Now I don't need comma, because I'm not going to create any new columns. So these are the columns only I want. Now I can just go ahead and reorganize my query. I'll just delete the extra space. Oops. Okay, so I think the syntax is ready to create the products table. So let's just go ahead and run it. It has been successfully created. So this was going to be our next table. which is the products table. So let's just go ahead and share it with you. Syntax to create product table. Okay. Now let's just make a comment here, creating products table. Okay. I've shared the codes in the chat as well. So now let's just go ahead and create some other tables that we have. So next we will create something called customers. This is a very simple table. So creating customers table. Okay. So let's go ahead and say the syntax is going to be same, create table customers. So now let's see the data type we have in the customer. Okay. So let's go ahead and see our file that we have, the customer file. Okay, let me just open my folder. So this is going to be our customer. Okay. So let's see the data types and the things that we have in the customers. So only have like 3 columns, which is like you can see customer ID, that's a text, customer name, that is also text, and state, that is also text. So we only have 3 columns. So I'll just go ahead and go to my PgAdmin and kind of put all this column that I have, and all this column has the same data type. So it's going to be like same. Now I'll just use the same data, which is bear car, right? Customer ID has same, and customer name, that is also same, and the state also same. Okay, so this is kind of fine. This will create our second table. I'll just close the statement here. I'll just delete this extra line. So this is kind of going to create my second table. I can just go ahead and run it. Now the second table is created. I can just go ahead and refresh it. Now you can see I have refreshed. I have 3 tables: customers, orders, products. So let me just share this code with you so that you can create the customer table as well. Okay, so this is fine. Now let's go ahead and create the other table that we have, which is going to be like returns table and the sellers, right? So I'll say creating returns table. See, the reason I have included so many tables is that when you work in a real-time projects, you kind of like work on like so many tables. Trust me, I have worked more than like 20 tables, and you need to build a relation. That's the reason it's called a relational database. Now I'll show you, like tomorrow we will be building some relation between 1 and 2 tables. And there is something called entity relationship diagram. Now you can understand this customer has somehow related to kind of like this orders, but this customer has placed the orders. So it is related using customer ID, because this also customer has a customer ID. Now in this orders, if somebody wants the kind of orders table, somebody wants the customer name, he can basically kind of connect both the table using customer ID, and then basically get the name from the orders table, right? So this is how they are related. Now the product is related to which table? That's going to be related to the orders table. Now if somebody wants the product some more details like high weight and the kind of like the things, other things, the dimensions, they might get it from the products table, but in the orders table they do not have everything. So that's called kind of normalizations. So they need something, they use the product ID to find the data from basically from this table. So in Excel something we have similar called XLOOKUP or VLOOKUP. Okay, so now let's create the return table. So say create table, the table name is returns. We use the column, again going to be same. Let's see how many things we have in the returns table. So we'll go ahead and open the return table file. That's going to be this one. So in the return tables, we only have like 2 columns. One is order ID and one is return ID. So the both are basically kind of same text file. Okay, the order ID although it's number, but I have defined it as a text. So this both the types of data are text. So I can just go ahead and create the table now. So order ID, I'll just go to next line. So whenever you're creating table, so make sure you're just not forgetting the comma. Okay, like this one, if you forget the comma, it will give you error. Now in the second line, I don't need comma because I'm not giving any other new column, right? So I can go ahead and run it, and I can say creating returns table. So it's created. Now let's just create last table, which is called seller. This is this one, sellers. Okay, so let's say creating sellers table. Okay, If I'm just going too fast, just let me know. I'm just typing, trying to basically kind of create the tables. Then I will just explain. I'm sure you already know the basics now, how to create the table. So I'm just saying sellers. So I think I need to just check how many columns I have in the sellers table. So I will go to my file and go to sellers. And in the sellers also, I only have 2 columns. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see it. So one column is seller ID, another column that is seller name. So I'm not sure what this sign means. So I might need to check in the CSV format. So the format is going to be same, seller ID text, and seller name is basically kind of, you can see text. So let me just come out of it. I just see the data in the CSV to see if there is any issue with the data types. So let's go to text editor, and we see the data type seems to be fine. Okay, that's fine. So we can just go ahead and create it. Seller ID and seller name. So this is a basic syntax, and we can just wildcard. We can use wildcard, and I can just delete the comma from here, and I can just drag it to kind of like move it to the end. So this will create my sellers table. Okay, so I'll just give this code from here to here, like to create all the tables in the chat box so that you can create all the tables. So just go ahead and create all the tables. If you have already done, that's great. Just let's go ahead and refresh it here. Okay, so I have one table that is orders, the first one, then customers, products, return, and seller. So just raise your hand once you are done. Okay, then we will start importing. So the importing format is going to be same, the one that we have done earlier. So can you just maybe somebody unmute yourself and let me know? If you're getting any issues while creating the tables, so do let me know. So the way to basically delete any tables, so you can just use a drop table and the table's names. Let's say I want to drop like kind of sellers. Okay. So this is the basic syntax to delete any tables. Okay. So I can just run it. It is going to delete my sellers table. Now I have sellers. You can just refresh it. You see the sellers has gone because I have deleted it. So to delete it, simple, which is drop table. You can use this syntax. Okay. So I'll just pick it now. Deleting tables. Okay. If you get any issues like let's say while importing, you can use this syntax to delete the table. So just raise your hand if you have done. Okay. Then I'll we'll start moving importing. I see only, I guess, 4 hands. See all the table you can just create in one go. If you just if you just go ahead and kind of run from the top to bottom, like by just selecting from here to kind of here, and if you just run it, it's going to create 4 tables in one go in less than 1 second. So you don't have to run it individually, but to do that, make sure that you do not have the same table by the same name, right? Otherwise you will be getting error. So let me see how many of you have created it. So I still see only 4 hands. How about I see like now some more hands? How about somebody else confirming? Okay, now I see like few more. So let's wait for 2 minutes. Okay, I think we're already out of time. So I'll just take like another 5 minutes to show you how to import. Then we can like wrap up. Then like people whoever has any issues with importing, I'll be basically spending another 20 to 25 minutes to kind of guide you if you have any doubts in the sessions. Otherwise, we will continue from tomorrow. So I'll just show you how to import. That's the last topic. And trust me, it's going to take only 5 minutes. So I'm just waiting for like 3 to 4 more people to confirm if they have created it. So I think I have got like 90% people response, which confirm that they have already created it. That's perfect. So let's just go ahead and kind of like start importing. Okay. So let's do one by one. Okay. Let's go to customer. Okay. So let's go to customer, and the steps are going to be same. Import data. Now I go to the import button, which is already highlighted. I select the file locations, which is in my case is going to be Amazon CSV, and I'm doing it for customers at the moment. So I have selected customers. Now I'm not changing anything at the moment. I go to options. I make sure that this header is selected. Everything rest remains same. Okay. So whoever is getting error, make sure you're following the same steps. So I'm just clicking on OK. Now see, I'm getting a green signal, which is process completed. If I just click on it, it will show you that everything is done. Now I can just go back to my query again. I can just cancel this from on the top. Okay, so that's perfect. I'll just minimize it. Now see, I have imported inside this customers. So I can just go ahead and check. How do I check it if it is imported? I can just go ahead, right click on it. There is something called count rows. I can use count rows. It basically tells me how many customers I have, 276. So somebody who was experiencing issue after importing, he or she was not getting the kind of data. You can just right click on your table and there is an inbuilt function, something called count rows. If you do it, it tells like how many numbers of data, rows you have. If I do it for orders also, it tells me 9,000 plus. See, so that's how you verify it if it is done. Now let's this is done for customers. Let's do it for something called, I think seller table was deleted or what. Let me just refresh it. Okay, now it's created. So now let's do it for product. Let's go to product. Let's go to kind of import. Okay, now let's go to select the product, which is going to be from this. That's going to be kind of products. Now I don't change anything. Make sure the header is enabled and just everything remains same. Now it's done. So basically my product is also imported. I can just go ahead and count the rows, which has 1850 products. Remember, we have checked distinct product in the orders, and we found out there was 1850, product that we have. So it's kind of correlating, So for those all the product, now this product table might have like more information. Okay. Now let's say go ahead and do it for return table. So I'll just select the return and return, and I'll just press OK. So the return is done. The header was already selected, so I didn't basically check that. But if you want, you can just check. There's 500 returns I have. So let me just delete everything. Let me just check again. So total I have 500 returns. Okay. So now last I'm left with seller. So I'll just import for the seller as well. Right click on the seller and select the file that's going to be kind of seller, like this one. I'll make sure the header is opened and the selected. Then I'll just press on OK. So it's going to import this. So now it's done. So let's, okay, there was some issue, database Amazon server Postgres SQL localhost. Okay, so now there was some issue. So let me just redefine what's the issue I have. Okay. Okay, escape. Okay, okay, let's see. Seller line for customer, seller FP retail. Okay, so this is where I have issues with the double quotes. Okay, so let me just go ahead and kind of correct it for the seller. Next in the text editor, what we have. Okay, so let's just change the format. The seller. So don't do it for seller for now. Okay, so because there seems to be some, issues with the sellers. So I did fix it. Let me just check. Anything have sellers? I might edit that. Okay, so let me know if you're having the same issues for this for importing the sellers. So I can then go ahead and basically correct it. Okay.
Yes, we are facing the same issue.
Okay, so there are some issues with the data types because you can see there are some, kind of the signs showing. So let's just correct it. Okay, let's just see if I can fix it. So seller ID is going to be 1 to 10. So I'll just put it here and put like seller ID I want. That's going to be 1. 2. I'll just use some sequence functions. Okay. So I got the seller ID. Now I'll just make it review from the potential issues for this. Now seller name. Okay, this is where I am getting the issues. So I'll just use the first name, Coco Ilu. Okay. RK, then I'll Liborio retails and ITRA. Although I can use the left functions here to make it easy, but it's a small data, so I'm just saying it. Let's say click, and Amazon, Edo, I say electronics, Bazaar. I'll say just e-Bazaar. By the way, this is a real seller. Okay, I just got the data by doing some web scraping. So down tech. Okay, oops, was supposed to be down tech. So these are the things I need, right? So I can just go ahead and copy it and paste its value. So now I'll just change the data type to text, and I can just go ahead and save it in a new sheet and delete this one. Okay, then I'll just delete this one. Okay, just make it a little bigger. So you don't have to go through this. Okay, I'm going to basically share this if it works fine. Otherwise, we will try to create import tomorrow. Okay, and we can do it manually as well. Also, I think we will do manually if this doesn't work. So let me just go ahead and save as a CSV. So let's say I want to change this sailor 1 -CSV. Okay, and I select comma delimited CSV. Okay, now let's just go ahead and see. I will try to import this time with using this new file that I have created. So let's just go back to script, sailor, import, and we will basically try to do it using sailors, CSV1. Address enable, that's fine. The code's fine. Delimiter is also fine. Escape is also fine. Now it's work fine, correct? So kind of like we have managed it. I will share this file with you. But meantime, I want you to basically do it manually. So I'm going to basically delete it. So that's kind of things. So let me just go ahead and share you. Force the file. Amazon stable CSV 10 sailor. Okay, I have although got the data, but I'm going to do it manually. So let's just learn that as well also. Select everything from sailors. Okay, so let's see how many things that we have in the sailors. Okay, so let's see. Now in the sailors, we only have 10 rows, right? The data, you can see that. Now we can check for the same other tables as well, like the orders we already know. Let's see the products. So we have like this is going to be 1850 for products. Now let's check how many returns we have. So that's going to be returns. So we have return. So total return, which is 500. Now we can just go ahead and see the last one, which was what? Product customers. How many customers we have? So we can just copy it again. And instead of returns, I'll just change it to customers. Now I can see the number of customers. I think when this loading sign appear, I get an error. So I might need to relaunch it, but I'll just cancel it for now. So this is kind of, tells you like kind of how many, data. I mean, if you see the data, like you already know, select star from everything, right? So yeah, I got it. So this is the customer tables. I have all the data, that is 276 customers I have, right? So now let's go ahead and do it manually. Let's learn insert. This is going to be last topic, okay? So it will take like 2 or 3 minutes. Then we will kind of like close today's sessions, okay? So let's insert the sales value. So first I'm going to delete the seller table again by doing this, because I'm going to put it manually. So that's deleting. Let's wait for 2 seconds. I might need to relaunch it because it's getting a little slow. So I'll just copy everything, save it. Okay, so I think I'll just relaunch PgAdmin 4, okay? Because we don't have that much time. PgAdmin. So let me just relaunch it. So whoever has downloaded PgAdmin 4, so this was not, you have not directly downloaded it. So you might be also getting this slow issue. So you can download the latest version by simply going into their website. So PgAdmin 4, you can just type and you can download only this kind of software, okay, without downloading the Postgres. So that's how you can do it after the class, okay? So that's how it will work really fast, because for the training, I deleted the main version, but when you download it from the website, so that's where by default it got like 8.2 version. The latest version is 8.3. So that's the reason we're kind of like, you know, getting a little slow. So I'll just go to database quickly and show you how to insert the data manually. Okay, so that's going to be our last topic. So I'll just go to this. Okay, so yeah, anyone is having any issues, so we'll discuss after the class. So let's see, we have a seller table or not. I think it's not there. That means it's deleted. So let me just run the query to create the seller table again. Then I'll insert the data. Now it's created. I can just go ahead and refresh it. Now I can see I have a seller table. Okay. Now I need all this data. If I just show you the data, like in the Excel file, which is this one, seller.csv. So there are only 10 data. So we'll manually type it. Okay. Okay, so this is the data we have, like this is the data you can see. So I think I mistakenly opened the last file. Yeah, this is the data we have, right? So which is like kind of like 10 data, 10 rows of data that we have. So we will type this manually, okay? We'll try to insert this record manually. So I will show you how you can do it. So let's go to PgAdmin and let's go to insert. So to insert data in the, you know, kind of seller. So before that, let's check if we have anything in the seller table. So that's going to be like this. So see, we don't have anything, right? So we will insert like select. So to insert, the syntax is very simple. You kind of like write down, you need to write insert, then you need to write into. So these are the two things that you need to remember. Now insert into what? To type the product, the table name, which is sellers. So for our case, insert into sellers. In this table, we want to insert. Now next line, you go to values and you give the values in the next line. Okay. Now values are added in this brackets. This is the syntax. Okay. Kind of like as many as you want, and they need to basically distinguish by comma. So this is what kind of like, you know, you want insert. Now you can also define the column names, like in which column you want to insert. If you want to only insert in one or two names, like this one, and then kind of this one. So you can also define it, but although it's not mandatory. Okay, but if you only want to insert only seller ID, not the seller name, then you can kind of define the one column name and you can enter one value. Now, what does it expect? Okay, what does it expect is that first it expect a seller ID, then it expect a kind of seller name. So if I just go to our data, so just quickly go to our data. So the seller ID is going to be 1 to 10, right? The seller name is this. So I will just copy the data for now and put a comments in the, you know, PgAdmin 4, so that we can basically kind of, you know, insert it, right? So I can just, I'll make it smaller at the moment. Okay. So just to see all the column. So this is what I need to insert. So I need to insert one. I guess one is a number, but I think it will not allow me, but let me just try. Okay. Although it was text. So let's see if it works. It's going to be like go home. So I'll be just showing for one column. And when you are entering text, you need to enter in this format, like, you know, this order. So let's just go ahead and insert our first record. Okay, so this was done. So basically we have inserted one record. So let's verify it. Let's just go ahead and run it to see we have one record. So the syntax is basically this: insert into, where you want to insert sellers table. So this is the table name. Now, even if I don't define it, then I need to put the value for all the columns. Okay. Now I can go ahead and say, I don't want this. Okay. I'll just insert another record by another approach. That's going to be inserted into approach 2. Okay. Now I want to insert, because one is already inserted. So I want to insert for the second, which is 2 RK. So I'll say 2 RK. So the text you need to always enter inside double quotes, text and date, as I have confirmed, right? Now I want to insert not only one, I want to insert like multiple rows. Then I will follow the same structure, which is like the second that's going to be a pay row. So I'll be using a bracket, and this name I'll be using a course. So then that's going to be second. Then I want to insert like all this, right? So that's going to be this one. Also I want to insert 4. Now I can use this one and just type the codes. So that's how it got changes. So now just need to ensure that this comma is after this bracket side, outside the brackets. Just keep this comma to distinguish that you are inserting one more rows. Now even if I don't want to insert any rows after this, I can just delete this comma. Okay, so this is mandatory. So now we have inserted up to 4. Let's insert like 5. Okay, so I want everyone to do it manually, maybe after the class, so that you can get some more idea like how it's working. So let's do it for 6. So let's just click on it. Just because it takes 6, so it's fine. So we'll do it for 7. Then we'll do it for 8. Just copy it. 8. Then we'll do it for 9 and 10. That's going to be the last one, right? 9 and 10. So I think I need to use a brackets here. Now I need to use a bracket here as well. Oops. So bracket fine. I need to make this as a quotes. So quotes, you just have to click on it and just press the quote sign in your keyboard. It basically changes to quotes. Okay. Now let's go ahead and give the comma after the column. Now let's say if I forget one comma. Now I have forgotten one comma. Okay, now this one I have not given a comma here. Let's see if we can insert this, right? If this works fine or not, how we get the error. Now see, it's telling that in the line 5, a row, and there is a mistake. Okay, I think there is already a mistake. Yes, correct. So inside this bracket as well, also to distinguish the each value, we need to use a comma like this one I have used earlier. So I have not given it here. So that's the reason it's showing error here. So we'll give the comma here for now. Comma, and last this one. Okay. Now I have done it perfect. Now I have forgotten one comma like this one. Let's just go ahead and run it. Let's see what kind of error we get. Now you see in the line 9. So line start basically from this. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So kind of it start from this. This is the line 9. This is where I have the mistakes it's showing. So let's see. Yes, here also I've forgotten one comma. So I've given it and I'll just give a comma here. Okay. I can just run it. This time it's going to work fine. So it's inserted. Now I can just go ahead and print the sailors. The data are basically imported. Okay, so I think this is it for today's sessions. Now tomorrow we will be basically doing something called connecting all those columns to something called ERD. Okay, so let me just show you what is ERD, which is called entity relationship diagram. So that's going to be like ERD. So ERD in, let's say, SQL, where we will connect each other like this way. Okay, we'll build something like this. So you will show your ERD in the kind of your projects as well. So how we will kind of create some meaningful relationship between all this kind of tables that we have. Like if I show you my projects, I might have uploaded that. Let me see. I think, yeah, I've not uploaded it here, but I created ERD to basically kind of build connections. Now, if I just go ahead and click on it, there is something called create this one, ERD for database. Now you see I have the entity relationship diagram like this one. This is going to create, it will go show all the tables that we have and their relationship. Now we have all the tables, but there is no relationship, you see. So tomorrow we'll be creating some relationship like from this table to this table, this table to this table. How? That we will basically show, I will show you tomorrow. Like see the orders table has something called product ID, right? So if you see in the order table, there are some column named product ID like this one. So the product ID will connect with this product ID, like this table, the product ID. Now, if somebody, you need some informations, like let's say you need cost of goods for one product and you are inside the orders table. So you can basically write the order table and you can basically connect this both the table using this column kind of like relation, and you will be getting your answer. Now if you want to check for one orders what was the profit, now how do you check the profit, right? You basically subtract from the sales amount, you subtract the costs, like cost of a good, that's how you get the profit, right? So that's how it's going to be. Like we will do that tomorrow, and tomorrow we'll learn about like subqueries and other advanced functions. Okay, so that's it for today. So if anyone has any doubt, we can discuss for next 20 minutes, and then we will wrap up for today. I'm going to share you recording and kind of like this script SQL script as well, to for you basically kind of practice. Okay.
Nazir,
Nazir, one
here?
question.
Yeah.
Sorry. Am I audible?
Yeah, sure. Yes, you are.
So I was just saying that where can I find the questions which you wanted us to practice?
Yes. So for that, so I'm going to share you the PPT. Okay, just give me a second. Let me just save it first. Then I'll tell you where you can find it. SQL script. It's going to be orders.
I know recording would be available later on, but if you can share the script and the slide, probably just in the flow. So we'll try.
Yeah, so I will share those in the group only. So if I just show you like the PPT, I have already defined it. Okay, let's just go ahead.
I'm just looking for questions. So that's also okay with me. I just need questions.
Yeah, you need the questions, right? Like there are so many questions you can see I have, which is kind of created like this one, like this one. So I will share in the group, okay, later on. So once you've done it, you can basically share in this email. Okay. So based on the learning today that we have done, I'll share.
Sure. That's helpful. And also, if I go through the workshop course, so I see we have covered quite a bit. Select, from, where, order by, limit. I think so. Yes, we have done. But logical operation is still pending. Is my understanding right? And joins. Those are the only things, right? From left.
Yes, yeah. So join is basically kind of pending because we have spent like extra time in basically kind of installing and importing, which is kind of like not going to be for tomorrow. So tomorrow we will be basically able to clear more topics and try to solve more problems. So the main objective is like solving more problems. Through solving the problem, I'm basically trying to basically kind of show you how the concept works. So don't worry, it will be covered tomorrow. Okay.
I was just checking. No, I know you will cover that.
I know.
So thank you so much.
That's
and
okay.
I understand it was slightly time
Thank
consuming
you.
today. Okay.
Yeah, I think it took like 1 hour extra. Okay, so see you tomorrow. Whoever has any doubts, so I'm going to conduct another meeting for next 20 minutes in next 5 minutes. So for another 20 minutes in that group, so I'll be sharing a new link, okay, where you can share your screen. Okay, so I'm just stopping this for now. So you can basically join that meeting in 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, so I'll just stop share and let me just cancel it, right? See you tomorrow, everyone. Take care.
Yeah, thank you, Nazir.
Thank you, Nazir.
Thank you, Nazir. Have a nice day.